Good morning, everyone. Today is October 14th, Tuesday, 2025. We're live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we'll do in this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, fundamental analysis, technical analysis, and more to find the wind direction, trend direction, and the traps. Time is, 1 second, let me send the time is 9:28 on the board. We are market is opening in 2 minutes. Good morning, everybody. The news we have overnight is that Dow futures dropped 400 points after one-day bounce as China re-escalates trade tensions. The major economic news for today is the Jerome Powell speech at 12:20. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Alfonso, Harry, Syed. Good morning. People in the YouTube coming in. Just do a quick legal disclaimer. I am not a financial advisor and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purpose. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. Is my mic working? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello, hello. Good morning, Gifford. Good morning, Mel. Market is opening in 1 minute and 60 seconds. 1 minute and 6 seconds. Looks like Palantir is targeting the gap right at open. I am going into Palantir. Good morning, everyone. Let's hit the like button as we come in. Good morning, good morning. Market is opening right now. Wow. Crazy price difference on this shit. Today is October 14th. Market just opened, folks. We are just opened. Everything's so goddamn expensive. That's crazy, man. I'm not gonna lie. Everything's so goddamn expensive. Holy. Alright. I'm in a little Palantir and little SPY into tomorrow. On SPY. We have just opened 9:30. Time is 9:31. In between everything. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful Tuesday. CNBC says Dow drops more than 300 points as the U.S.-China trade tension escalates. Escalates. All right. Let's see what happens. See what happens. I'm in a Palantir for next week as well here. All right. Let's see. I'm up 5% already. That's the crazy shit. I don't know what the fuck going on, but I'm up 6.7%. All right. Good morning, everybody. Today is a good day. I'm already fucking singing. Let's see. Jerome Powell coming out today, 12:20. Fuck yes, on Palantir. I got such a fucking good entry at the tippy top, and I am fucking banking already. It's 6.5%. Let's go, Palantir. Come on. All right, time is 9:35. 9:35. We have a floor at 9:30. We have a roof at 9:30. Beautiful. I got a fucking perfect entry on Palantir. I'm up 20% on my contracts. Fucking beautiful. Crazy. On one of them at least. SPY going lower. Time is 9:35. Wind direction south trying. Good morning, everybody. Let's hit the like button. Wind direction is south. Trend looks south from morning pre-market open. Wind direction is north from 9:30 pre-market into 9:30. Wind direction is south from 9:30 to 9:35. We are evaluating the floor. This is morning cycles. This thing could trap right now, right here. Let's see. Looks like they're going lower into 9:35 trying. Low of the day. Okay, there's a bunch of supports down here. Where? First one is 654. High of the day. Oh, fucking Palantir, amazing. I'm not gonna lie, this shit beautiful on Palantir. Right, I have 180 expiring this week, and they're fucking crazy up. I got such a fucking beautiful entry. Pre-market low coming, most likely 172. I'm targeting. This shit is perfect. $10 drop almost. All right, I'm up 34%. Not 34%, 22%. My shit is up 34% for the day, so maybe this is the 3/3. Fucking beautiful today. I just left one small Palantir. Just wanted to make a little bit of money real quick. Time is 9:35. Wind direction trying south on SPY. QQQ probably as well. This is the 3/3. Bears are here. I'm up fucking crazy on Palantir! Crazy, just go fuck me. Holy shit, 172 this shit. Come on. Don't bounce now, come on. Wow. Alright, I'm full out on Palantir expiring this week. 2.2K. 26% booked out. I'm still in for next week. I have SPY expiring tomorrow. I'm up fucking crazy off market open. I'm up fucking crazy off market open. 9:35. Pushing south. Bears are here. Off market open into 9:35. This is still 9:35. I am fucking leaving Palantir. Holy shit! God bless me. God bless. God did. God did, folks. I'm up fucking crazy off Palantir. I'm all out of this week. Yeah! Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Oh my god. All right. Leaving. Tomorrow expiry puts SPY right now. Fucking out. 656 out right now. I don't give a fuck. Bears are still here. Crazy up. Beautiful day. Beautiful start. I might even be done for the day. I ain't gonna lie. Holy shit. Holy shit. I might be done for the day. I ain't gonna lie. I'm up crazy Palantir next week. Right? I am up 46% next week. Woo! Crazy going. Palantir crazy going. And I have a crazy far output. 165. Holy shit. I bought 165 at the tippy top up here at 177. We're going to 170. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was beautiful. Let's go. Oh my god, that setup played out crazy. What did I say yesterday, right? I said I'm eyeing Palantir, right? I said I am waiting for the nicest setup. Oh my god. They're going more right now. All right, this is deep. They're going for the gap below maybe. This is the bottom of the J Powell candle, 654.43. This is the exact reason why we said mark this, right? This is still bearish from I can't even talk. After hours into morning, okay? This is 940 now, right? 940, evaluating the floor. This thing could bear trap right here. We are at the pink line. This is resistance and or support. We have no idea if it's about to bounce. Crazy. Crazy up, crazy Palantir. Let's go. Oh my god. I'm sorry for screaming, but you guys don't understand. I just went up crazy on my profit, on my profit, on my profit. So I'm really sorry for screaming. I just realized I just changed my mic to a really good one too. But I am truly almost done for the day. All right, in 10 minutes. Holy shit. That was crazy, dude. I've been doing research on this shit for so damn long. So damn long. Bounce coming at 940. Okay, I am not in SPY. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. Palantir bounce trying 940 as well. I'm sorry, folks. I'm really sorry. I know. I get really, really, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm done. I went up thousands in 9 minutes. You guys don't understand. In 9 minutes, I was done. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, god damn. God did. God did. Right, somebody just went up thousands too. Beautiful shit. Beautiful shit. Somebody just went up thousands too on QQQ. Wow. Right, but this is exactly why we do research and polls, right? All right, bouncing 940. 940, algo range creating. I am sorry for the little morning burst, folks. I love you all. You love me. Let's move on. Okay. Dude, you gotta understand what just happened on Palantir. Look at this 930 spike. Was that 930 HOD? And they went lower into 940. They bounced at 940 with SPY and rejection trying, right? Until the low of the 938 candle breaks. All bears, all shorts are in danger. Why? We are in the 3/3. We're gonna go look at SPX right now. I'm so sorry. I love you guys all, you know. Right? But we just had that is insanely disgusting what just happened. All right, we opened at 6,593 and we pushed lower to where the bottom of the J Powell candle, right? I told you guys have this marked, right? I said this last night. I said have this marked, right? And I said this have this marked. And I also said in the morning, there's a gap above here, there's a gap below here, and they're playing with the shit. So they pushed down lower, and we bounced on this for now. Let's see what happens. Bears are still here, in my opinion. Why? Today there's a news catalyst. There is Jerome Powell coming out at 12:20. Right? They could do something before, and they could do something into. They could do something during, and then when he's on, it's gonna do something crazy, I think, as well. But you know, sometimes a setup, sometimes a news catalyst, sometimes things give you massive confidence, right? Holy, they're going lower. Bears are still here. I think Palantir are going lower on this shrine. Beautiful. Right? Bears are still here. I'm gonna try for a bounce when maybe, you know, Powell comes on, but in the wind direction south still, right? I am not in no more. I was targeting this pink line, but I left even before, so I don't really care. Okay. Palantir is at 171. I'm expecting this to roll down into next week. Why? What did I call out on Palantir? Excuse me. At the tippy top right here. This was the day I called it out. You know, Wednesday the 8th, October 8th, when everything was super bullish, and I said, "Hey, Palantir has risk reward crazy nice with Tesla, right?" What did I say? Why? Because when Palantir drops, right? When Tesla drops, you cannot stop the thing. What's going on right now? They cannot stop the thing. Every day it's going lower, lower, lower. You know what I'm saying? I could not. Holy on QQQ. I could not sit there 590 right now, right? I could not literally sit there and fucking let this shit go when I've been doing so much goddamn research. Let's go. God did, folks. Oh my god. Palantir froze up on my chart. I gotta redo. Right, the gap filled below. It looks like on SPY 653. Okay, God did. Look at that. It's gonna go past 170 now. Looks like. Right. God did, folks. God did. Holy shit, man. This is exactly what happened in December. I was doing hella research overnight, and I was just doing fucking. Oh my god. 945. I'm up crazy this month. I'm up crazy this month. Right? As we were going up, as I was going up, I was sending pictures October 3rd, right? October the day after that, October 7th, I was using profits to go up, and now I'm up crazy on profits. You don't understand, right? And this is how I do, right? And this is how I do, and I've been literally saying, right? If I'm green literally 5 or 7 days, or six out of 7, 8 days, how the fuck am I gonna literally, you know, not do well and just not take profit when I can? Like, this shit is just God did. That's all I can say. 940. Right, 940 bounce here, creating an algo range on Palantir. They might go crazy today. This shit is crazy already, and they're dumping on all the bulls yesterday, right? I did warn a lot of times. I'm not gonna lie, right? In a lot of communities, I was going really annoying, right? Saying, "Hey, be careful," right? But just like December, things go and things happen so fast, right? When people are like, "Hey, it's not gonna," it just happens, and they just use it all. Right? Just like how they go up and they use all the puts, they go down and they use all the calls. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. We're finding support, right? We filled the gap below. Now we are, right, somewhere in the J Powell FOMC candle trying. And the weird thing is, SPX and SPY has a different level. So you gotta watch that too. There's a something. This is like some higher level stuff going on, but you can clearly see SPY's above it right now. SPX is not. So you know what I mean? This shit is. I noticed this last night too. Like the levels are a little bit different because you know they did something to SPY. Like this, the prices on SPY is a little bit whacked compared to QQQ and SPX or something. And you gotta just do your mental math and just be perfectly aware of that because it's dangerous shit. What's going on right now? I think. So bounce trying at 945, but until a cycle confirmation says, you know, and the MACD says it's bullish, I kind of doubt it. That's what I'm gonna say. All right, that's what I'm gonna say. This is the 330. Most probably. It can go lower because of the J Powell news, but like it's dangerous as shit. Oh my. That was such a crazy entry. God. Bouncing. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna go look at pound. I have a little bit of pound tier left into next week. But low key, I left a lot. This shit's spiking into 945 too. Like I thought it was gonna bounce at 940. Man, it's all I need. Little by little, here by here. What is this line? Let's go look at this line. The fuck is this pink line? Interesting. Pound tier. I don't know what I drew this on. This thing. I don't know what I drew this line on. Did this line just did this line just appear out of nowhere? Or guys, was this pink line always here? I don't think this was always here, was it? Can someone tell me? I don't know why this line is here. Why did I draw that line? What the f... Sorry. Can someone please tell me if this line was here or not? Why am I looking at this line? I'm gonna delete this. I don't want to get confused. Man. Alright, let's see what happens at POC. This is 950. Right, they bounced it at 945 into 950, breaking the algo range. There's an algo range here that I'm not drawing on purpose, but do realize there's an algo range there. They're doing, actually I'm going to draw the algo range. Things are a little bit dangerous today, so we're going to draw everything. Algo ranging at the 4. MACD is trying to be bullish. Vinny said you drew it yesterday. I forgot. Okay, thank you. I'm going to just leave it on then, I guess, but I don't know why I drew it. I don't want to look at something and then get hurt by it, you know what I mean? But I guess if there's a line here, they might be playing on the line. Guess I'll draw it. The market does love lines, so you know, I don't rely on technical analysis. I use it as a part of everything, but I guess there's a line here. Okay, we're gonna leave that shit on, so it looks like it actually looks like it's doing something. So yeah, we're gonna leave that on. 950. Cool. Looks nice. Good morning, everybody. 126 people. Let's all hit the like button if you have not. Wind direction is still south. Confirmation has not came. 2. This is a rejection triangle. Confirmation's building. Cycle's building is what I could say. Right, until the low of the 945 breaks, all bears and shorts are in danger. That's the best way you could put this. But then, there's not a cycle long confirmation yet, right? They just went higher from 945, broke the algo range 945 into 950, pulled back to algo range, so cycle building possibly here. All right, bounce strike. I guess bounce trying or bounce showing. Right, MACD volume coming. Time is 9:50. It's so goddamn beautiful. All right, Chair Powell is coming on soon. Jerome Powell will be delivering a economic outlook speech. Hope you guys tune in for that. That will be humongous. I guess they're coming on a little bit early at 11:30. Time is 9:55 and they are bouncing. We are already above the VWAP. Right, all these bears are now getting cooked. Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Let's draw the cycles. Right, possibility to go test the roof, but it would be crazy. It would require a lot of money, and it would. Wow, 9:55 going in every minute. Every minute. 9:55 candles are stacking, trying. There's an algo range here at 950 and 950 as well, looks like, right? Bulls are coming in steady from 950 to 955 at the minimum is what you call this, okay? We're about to find out what happens at 9:55 into 10 a.m. Okay, algo range is created at morning. I don't know why there's a text right. This bounce is barely doing anything to me because my contract on Palantir is now out too next week. I am out on everything so close dated that SPY bouncing nuts. Right, we went to 653 and now we're at 656, almost at the roof. Right, they're bouncing nuts. Bulls are coming in strong, almost creating a V shape now. Coming in strong. Let me remove that. That was a gift. Holy shit. They faked out north and went south on Palantir and then now bouncing. Gift. Right. Sometimes that's my golden rule too. That's why, I just sit out and watch when I'm like, hey, there's a big red candle, and then, until, hypothetically speaking, until the low of that breaks, blah blah blah, you know, someone's in danger, right? I say bulls or bears, and then I just sit out and watch. I don't even try to test or tempt fate, because every time I tempt fate, it's basically me guessing at this point. You know what I mean? Somewhere here, I have the wind direction. I have the true direction, so it's better. Going here, I have the true direction and the wind direction, so it's better. But like when you're against it, you're guessing. When you're against it, you're guessing. So you know what I mean? It's just like something that you have to somehow come to. Wow, I don't know if they're gonna break the roof, but they're really showing. Right? They should really show roof. Right? Shooting for the start. QQQ is also V-shaped. Perfect V-shape. We did not. Oh, I don't have QQQ lines drawn today, so sorry. But we're gonna have to come back to that. I have SPY lines drawn. SPY, SPY, SPY. They're tempting me on Palantir so much, I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing it. Palantir. Don't leave me. God damn. God did. God did. God did. God did. Alright, 9:55. Or sorry, this is 10 a.m. Roof testing. AM EST. Lotto into Palantir into this week. $300 worth. I think I'm gonna hold that shit into tomorrow and see what happens with that one. I am also POC is at the roof. Alright, bull control. I guess this pink line being used crazy. I don't even know what this fucking line is. I don't know why I drew it yesterday, but I guess it's being used nuts. Right, yesterday. I don't even know why that's being used right now, but it's being used nuts on Palantir. $10 a.m. Solid V-shaped recovery. Solid V-shaped recovery. Bears came in, bulls came in equally almost. Alright, that's respectable. Bears came in, bulls came in equally. That's respectable as hell. Full time, folks. HOD or reject? Community pull time. Okay, everybody vote what you want. Vote HOD if you think HOD is gonna break and the wind direction is gonna turn north, even if it might be fake or not. Vote reject if you think it's gonna reject. Okay, this is the 10-10 or 10 end of the 3/3 almost. I'm not saying it's the end of the 3/3. I'm just saying for now until the cycle goes higher. All right. This thing could go higher. There's no confirmation at all to reject at all. Holy crap. 6 people says reject and 0 people says HOD. That shit must say it's gonna go. I'm gonna vote HOD just as a joke. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna vote against the world. Alright, my position should be biased telling me to go lower, but you know what I mean? As a joke, I'm gonna go against everybody. Everyone's saying reject. Keep saying reject. Sam says reject. In the YouTube chat, David says reject. 8 people saying reject in the WhatsApp group. Not looking good. Alright, they could cook bears here. Big time. If everyone's thinking that. And then show the roof, and then everyone to think the roof, and then could do something else after that as well. We have 140 people. Can we please hit the like button, guys, if we can get the algos going before Chair Powell comes on. That's what I would love to do. Please hit the algo, or please hit the like button so that we could get ready for the Powell speech. 12:20. He's coming live in about 1 hour, 20 minutes. So pretty please hit the like button. Thank you very much. We have not broken the roof yet. They're trying. Wind direction was south off a morning open. Wind direction is north, right? This could be 3/3, right? And they could bear trap everybody here. Let's go look at SPX. Okay, what does this signify? I'm gonna draw out the boxes so we can see it all together. Okay, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? All right, the market closed here, 3/3, right? Those people got used 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into yesterday. Okay. And then now that yesterday pushed lower into today, it is showing this 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right, and then now we are bounce trying. That's what this is what hedge funds are. This is how smart money think. Smart money thinks. Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Bear trap everybody 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Bull trap everybody 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And then now the 3/3 getting used to be bull trapped right now. Right. It's actually breaking the roof on SPX. There's a this is about to break the roof. Everyone's saying rejection, so it's most likely about to break the roof too. SPX just went higher. Right. SPX just went higher. Broke the roof. Divergence is cleared. Right. Now the wind direction is showing north because everybody was saying reject. Didn't. I thought people were gonna say HOD. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I thought most people were gonna say HOD because we were so close, but we literally all voted reject. That's the only reason why I voted HOD. And even I was thinking reject, but you know what I mean? That is crazy. That tells you how strong the market is with this human psychology. And now they're bear burning off the morning. Off the morning. She can believe that. He just broke the roof now. Cleared the divergence in SPY and SPX. There could be a rejection here as well, but there also could not be because the wind direction is now north. Alright, let's go look at QQQ. It did not break the roof yet. There's a divergence at the roof. Bulls have the upper hand on SPY. It could be a trap. So the bears have the upper hand as well on QQQ. Wow, nice. Sam said I got something nice from one. Nice. Sounds, hypothetically speaking, beautiful. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend. Ah, man. All right. Market is hovering and creating a cycle at the roof until Powell comes on. All right, today dangerous. You could tell by looking at SPX. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 candles are fucking flying. 1/3 candles are flying. Oh my god. Right. And we bounced at the. Technically, we gap filled on SPY and then we bounced on the J Powell. Technically, we did a gap fill on SPX, but like, there's no gap on SPX. So, if they did gap fill on SPX, you could count that as, I guess, a big ass candle. Right, either this builds 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, or either this is fake somehow into the end of the day, and then, you know, this thing extends somehow like this. But we can only see by waiting. It's showing one direction, north right now, so that is what is going on, folks. That is what is going on. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And then bears getting used for this move too. So now what? That's the question, right? That's the most non-biased analysis approach that I could provide you. I don't really care if they're going to the floor or to the roof. Right? I just call out setups. QQQ gap filled. Let's see. Time is 10:10. Rejection trying. Time is 10:10. This is a confirmation rejection. This is lower than 10:05, but it has to break the low of the 10:05. Alright, confirmation rejection now. Bears are trying. 10:10. They broke the roof, set the roof, made everybody bullish, made everyone think HOD, wind direction north now, and then no confirmation anymore. It just went lower from 10:05 to 10:10 and then bouncing, cycle creating confirmation to go higher or lower happening. Candle coming in strong. MACD and volume pulling back bullish. 50-50. $660.70 is about halfway more. It is possible. They just need to trap a lot more. God is good all the time. God is good all the time. The volume, the bull power has a little bit slowed down, a little bit, right, after breaking the roof. Right, we will see how they evaluate the 3/3 roof. Right, they could go a little bit lower, bear trap, and go higher. That would give them more power to go. It's just until then, things are slowed down. Things are slowed down. Yo, if they run this thing up to 179, I'm gonna cry. No, I'm kidding. I only have a little bit. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Time is 10:15. Wind direction is north showing. They're going higher. Actually coming back slightly. We are overbought. We're going higher in the 3/3. There's no confirmation rejection, but we are in the 3/3. Wind direction showing north. A morning trap showing us now. They push crazy. 950 or 657 to 652, 653, and then bounced like crazy from 653 to 658, $5. That is strong. Fast. We moved $8 almost, right? $8, $9 already. The market opened literally 45 minutes ago. I think QQQ might have broke the roof. Testing. Divergence at the roof. One second, I'm gonna drink my water. Let's see in chat. Did you guys like to see that down move? Did you guys like to see the move higher, green move, or push like up move? Or did you hate it seeing the down move? Did you like seeing the up move so far? What did you like? What did you not like? Let's see. I'm curious. IWM. Yeah, we go look at the Russell real quick as well. The Russell 2000 is going higher today. Thing is, gap filling at 244.10 maybe. The thing looks like IWM Classic, you know what I mean? IWM Classic, they push down fucking crazy and then they rally crazy. IWM Classic, right? We gotta have our pro player, IWM players watch that. QQQ gap down and pushing up trying, but looking a little bit terrible. I ain't gonna lie, looking a little bit weak. But there's a divergence at the roof. We could go break the roof. candle pushing higher. 10-15. 5-minute. Getting help pushing up. IWM might be gap filling on this. Might be. Time is 10:20. Going higher into 10:20 showing on the charts. And now this is showing as 10:20. I'll go range up here at the roof as well. They're going higher right now. That is turning into a crazy bear trap off morning open. Crazy bear trap. We have 140 people and 60 likes. Let's get the likes up. Thank you very, very much. It's not even 11 yet. And 20. Look at that move on Palantir. Wow. It's doing something like this. Wow. That's Palantir Classic. Palantir Classic. Give me 1 second. We're going to go look at the Russell. Alright, see if it got filled. Did not break the roof yet. For some reason, it's not breaking the roof. Why? Russell bullish today. Alright, gap filled Russell. Alright, Russell being bullish, SPY bullish, IWM, QQQ is not. Pushing higher on that. That is gap filled though. Alright, and HOD broke on that QQQ. Alright, now the divergence is actually cleared into 1020. Wind direction showing north. This thing running now. Alright, go hit that shit and come back down, but holy fuck. Crazy bears trapped on SPY and QQQ showing, holy fuck. From 652 to 659 now. Alright, 659. Can you believe that? About to go to 660. Oh my god, they're about to burn everybody down here, looks like. Holy fuck. That is crazy because I was expecting it, but then also that is fucking crazy to see live. Oh my god. Market is insane. Market is insane. All right. Palantir really going to 177 higher today. Maybe 179. Absolutely, if they go up there. That is crazy. Holy fuck. I'm so glad I'm all out of this week. And I got out massive profit. And then my next week is hurting, but like still, yeah, I'm still green by a decent amount. That's crazy. Holy shit. Funny. Palantir earning in 17 days. Tesla earnings in about 14 or 17, something like that, 2 weeks as well. Tesla dropped from yesterday at 435 to 419 and it's bouncing. All they do is just bull burn and bear burn. Just take their time and burn everybody. But yeah, that's what they do. I've warned that though. Time is 10:25. $10.25 going higher. IWM, QQQ, SPY, everything. Okay, I'm gonna update the SPX put to call ratio. Just give me 1 minute. We have 150 people here. Let's hit the like button. Thank you very much. God bless every one of you that are here. God bless this country. God bless the stock market. Sorry, no access to it yet. The 1 minute MACD is barely there, but we're pushing and pushing on the 5. The bulls are coming in strong in the 3/3 right now. The box is being extended and extended higher. I could see a pullback to somewhere in the algo range, but we're going higher and higher. It's dangerous. 3/3 straight up. There's bulls chasing, and there's people that went long down there that was getting great payout, but now wow, they're showing every single candle. Stairway to heaven. Stairway to heaven. Look at this 1020 push to 1025 as well. 5 minute candle coming in crazy. 5 minute candle coming in crazy. Wind direction still north. Time is 10:30 and 17 seconds. $8 bounce on pound tier 2. That's pretty absolute. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty really high. Ah. 10:30. All right, we're really close to the previous day 9:30 open, and then the next is the J Powell top at 661.72, and then the gap is up there at 662.88. So we will see if the gap really hits, but they're going. Stairway 5-minute candle is coming in. No stopping right now. Let's look at the 5-minute. They burnt the crap out of everybody. Right, that one at the bottom looks like. Crazy work. But that's what happens. Why? Because the majority is down there usually. Right, in 0DT. It's going to help the market do whatever it's going to do. Or they're going to go up, they're going to use all the puts, and they're going to go down, they're going to use all the calls, and they're going to just do their moves. But this is pretty insane to see, not going to lie. 653. Right, remember somewhere down here, as I was leaving, the crazy thing was I was like, oh, I'm looking to go long today, right? And they bounced the thing, $8, $7. Like, can you imagine? Like, holy shit. Right, I'm telling you, bro. Right, that thing bounced crazy. That thing bounced crazy and fast. Right, everybody was thinking bearish here. Everybody. No. Right, time is 10:30. We have not went to 660.73 yet. We are at 660. Psychological number, I guess. All right, let's go look at IWM. Let's go look at QQQ. Let's go look at everything. All right, IWM could see some sort of a play here or a rejection, so keep a close eye on that, I guess. QQQ. Halfway point of the drop. All right, let's do a Fibonacci retracement. Yeah, that's something to keep your eyes on as well. Looks like from yesterday's high to today, that's 50.50. taking a picture of this shit. Alright, PLTR. Guys, 153 people. Pretty please hit the like button. We have Chair Powell coming out in 1 hour. 1 hour. Hey, QQQ is right at the 0.50. That's why we're hovering here right now. Let's go look at the Qs for a little bit. Qs. Right, we have previous high today turned into resistance and or support right here as well at 9:30. Make that gray. Mark that previous HOD. Instance or support. Previous high today turned into resistance and or support. We will find out if it gets used or not. 657. Right, we're marking that because that's basically the midpoint of this drop and pop, technically speaking. This is technically a little bit above, but we will mark that as well. Previous resistance turned support or resistance. The MACD is pulling back slightly. We are still bullish on the 5. We're just overbought it quite a bit. Cycle is confirming to go lower or higher. We have created an algo range at 10:30 as well. At the roof, things are making it look confusing. Things might go down slowly south to entice more bears. But right now, we are at the roof. Right now, there's no confirmation, nothing, other than the fact that we are at the roof. And the bulls are continuously showing up, eating up the bears' lunch. So, that candle, dirty. But now top of the algo range testing at 10:35. Time is 10:35. And we're testing the top of the algo range that we just created at the HOD. 10:30, 10:30 rejection, 10:30 bounce. The wind direction is neutral or south from 10:30 until the candles either break the 10:30 or they don't, telling us the cycle. Right, let's see if this broke the roof. 659.86, 659.88. We did not break the roof by 2 cents. Right, we will see what happens with that. MACD is bearish on the 1. That could be used as a confirmation to reject here, or that could be still faked out. Right? Still looking 50-50, all sorts of crazy. Right, someone said, let's go look at the ES. Let's go look at ES futures. What are you saying about the ES? The ES futures, what did we do today? We had a spike down at the morning. We tested the bottom of the J Powell candle spike and then we pop back up, and now we're in the middle. This is, hey, you know what I mean? They tested the pre-market, came back up, tested it again, went way lower, and then popped back up. Showing us a bear trap for now, low key. We are inside. All right, we are inside the 2. Candle coming in crazy on QQQ today too, man. Look at this. We're literally at the midpoint. Exactly from yesterday. That's something. 1040, we broke the roof. Right, now this is showing us 1035 HOD at least. And 40. Right, 1035 rejected to 1040. No confirmation, nothing. We are in 3/3, just going higher right now. We are in the 3/3, I mean, sorry. We are in the 3/3. This shit going crazy, Palantir now. Testing yesterday's broken down trend line. $10.40. Wow, 171 to 190, 179 as well. I need this shit to reject halfway today. Oh, this is crazy. Going crazy. 170 to 179. Daily candle coming in green now. Absolutely wild. Absolutely. $140 HOD. Yep. 140 HOD. Powell coming live in about an hour, hour and a half. Next support resistance is the previous 9:30 AM open, and then it's the top of the J Powell candle 661, and then it's 662. It came up crazy fast and crazy high. Yeah, follow the leaker said crazy move up from bottom, right? Literally insane move up from bottom. 1040. Every single candle going higher in 1040. 1042 is the last minute of the 1040 candle. Yo, the VIX is crazy green. Went from 19 to 20.90. Holy shit. Up 10% today. Insane. I'm going in one put right here on SPX. No confirmation. I'm trying to scalp one candle but can't even do it. Jesus Christ. God damn. I'll go shit. Can't even give me another candle. It's not even $100. Still bear trap. It's insane power. Insane power. About to break the fucking roof. Roof broke again. That's pretty insane. Dude, the $900 put went to 6K at the bottom. Holy fuck. Not gonna lie, that's pretty crazy. And they drained it down. HOD into 1045. They're just draining theta in it. That's pretty wild. Someone said Palantir up crazy from low. Yeah, no shit. The market's up crazy from low. Like, do you realize what's going on? Of course the Palantir is going to follow the market, buddy. Right, of course, buddy. Right. And we are hitting. What is this? It's weird. It's showing the high of the FOMC candle is here on SPX, but it's not. It's higher on SPY. So I'm telling you, something's different. Something's different, right? It's showing us here, but it's higher on SPY because the prices are fucked up, right? Ever since that day. So be careful, folks. Be careful. I'm out in one more candle here. Contracts are fucking flying. This is a shit show. There's so many fucking puts at the floor. It's just a shit show. Holy fuck. I'm trying to get the fuck out. It looks like a bear trap for now. I'm trying to get the fuck out. I'm out right now. $1,750. I don't give a fuck. That shit was ass. I'm leaving with a tiny ass scalp. I'm not staying that shit. Fuck that. I have my Palantir still. In two. A little bit out. Rejection coming after I leave. These hoes. These hoes. That is actually some hoe stuff, but it's whatever. I'm not chasing anymore either. I'm just waiting for my Palantir to come back. Right, I am in really good profit. Right. There's no need for me to do any of these small ass moves anyway. Time is 10:53 and 46 seconds. All right. Yo, we have 175 people here. Let's hit the like button. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. God bless every one of you. we have Jerome Powell coming live in 40 minutes. So Fed Chair Jerome Powell is coming live in 40 minutes. Let's get ready for that. All right. I want the algos too. Get ready so that we can get more people in here as the news is coming on. All right, bears are here. Bears are showing. I fucking wish I was in these candles, but like this is crazy now. I left here. Looking crazy now. 10:55. That's FOMO. Why? Because I literally left in the 1/3. I left in the 2/3. This is 3/3 happening right now. Bears are trying. Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Time is 10:55 right now. This could trap right here. 10:55. Q Q Q. Q Q Q below 50. IWM pretty strong today though. Right. Could have support. We're just overbought. They sold it a little bit. Bounce tried off of 10:55. They're figuring it out into 11. They're figuring it out into 11. Let's do a poll, right? Who thinks we're going higher? Who thinks we're about to reject slightly starting now? Okay. Everybody type what you think is about to happen. Okay, now everyone's going to think HOD, but like, goddamn. We gotta do these polls before. We are headed HOD or yeah, or lower. I don't know what to do the poll as. Alright, we're gonna get the POC right now. And the POC is at the roof. POC is down there. Everyone's voting HOD. Alright. 3 people voted HOD, 1 person voted lower. Bad says higher. Follow says hope it goes higher. DP says pull back and then HOD. Chris says rejection coming. Bad says agree consolidation then higher. Okay, most people are thinking higher on this green candle. So we're just going to call out for what it is. On this green candle, everybody said higher. Right? $10.55 created an algo range. They're going lower. Bears are trying right now. Looks like. Not higher or lower. They're squeezing the hell out of pounds here. Time is 11. Nobody knows. Bears look dead. The Bears look dead. Actually, the Bears look dead. Wow. If they're going lower, they're showing bullish for sure. God damn. Time is 11 and 57 seconds. ETA 30 minutes, folks. He's coming. Alright, make sure you say good afternoon or good morning when he does, okay? Everybody do your due diligence. Everybody take your parts in the good afternoon. Things are about to happen. There's a lot of bears trapped down there. An insane amount, almost on every stock. We're about to see what happens. Right? We're really about to see what happens. There's an insane amount of bulls up here too, but also bears trying, so. It's better to look at QQQ in the 5 or the 1. I think 1's better. Right on POC. POC shifted up just now. POC shifted up at 1. We're trying to spike up at 1 or 11, sorry. SPY getting stopped. QQQ trying. Cycles are tight. It's showing us this now. Cycles are sideways right now, tight. Super small, super tight. Market trying to go green on everything. Bear trapped up to here. Now, what? double high, new HOD. This is the new high today. Now there's a divergence at the roof. Why? It's the same high as 1040, and it's the most frequent one, so. Wow, we're at 660 from 652. That's actually unbelievable. Holy shit. Crazy power. $11.05. It's higher than 11. Truly gone. High today. Breaking previous 930. Touching. Is that a touch? I think so. That's a almost perfect touch. Wow. Next level is 661.72 if we can really get there. We're very close. $1 away. It is $1 away. The top of the J Powell FOMC candle, I guess. One spot. This thing looks crazy on the higher time frame. Look at that 1 hour bear trapping crazy and ran up. And now we're literally from the bottom of the J Powell FOMC candle to the top. Like, this market is crazy. Moving up and down. Wow. Yeah, I gotta go look at pound here. This shit is ripping. 180. $10 move up. Wow, it's at the tippy top of the trend line now. What the fuck? That is crazy power right today. Crazy power today. Yeah, this gap filled, bro. 11.05. Gap filled on everything, on all the big name stocks up north. And they gapped down crazy today. Made it look bearish with the pre-market, and then gap filled everything up north. They gapped down at market open crazy on purpose. We gotta go look at SPX real quick. SPX, S&P 500. Okay, we're gonna draw the cycles now. We dropped down from Thursday into Friday. We went up from Friday into Monday. We dropped off Monday into today, Tuesday. We pumped up Tuesday into Tuesday for now. We're bear burning everybody down here and down here. If you really look at the bigger time frame, right? And they bull burn people here, so they coming back to basically a little bit for them, and they bull burning, they're bear burning. You get what I'm saying? They're bull burning, bear burning, bull burning, bear burning, and then we're at the middle. That's what it shows. That's what the higher time frame chart says. We are at 0.618 on QQQ. Wow. 0.618 from QQQ rallied up to. Can you fucking believe it? Time is 11:10. No confirmation, nothing. Market is hovering at the roof at the previous day 9:30. Rejection is trying off of 11:05 to 11:10. Looks like. Let's see how far this goes. Pros would leave in a massive candle and see what even happens into a cycle confirmation or two. Or most likely a cycle confirmation at the minimum, but QQQ is now rejecting off of 0.618. Right? That might mean something. It might not. Who knows? Right? I don't really go off of Fibonacci levels, but I mean, I will point them out sometimes, I guess. Bears are here. Trying. I'm scalping this for a minute. Nice. Can I get one more red? Shit is bad. Puts are inflated off the morning. Fuck, I'm break even. Cycle's happening. Bear trap more likely here at low key. Looking for a 5-minute down. Fighting forever. Bears and bulls. Can't even get a 5-minute drop. Holy shit. Bulls are showing bullish. Candles are flying. They don't want to go anywhere. Low key. Candles are flying. Contracts are stupid. Holy shit. I just want one. One candle. Data cooking. It's pretty dumb. I'm out. Pound tier 180. Come on, dumbass market. Pull back a little bit here. I'm about to go get a burger after this. A Burger King. A jack-o'-lantern burger. No, I'm kidding. uh, guys, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go get a cup of water. And something to munch on. Hey, Powell coming on soon. Fed Chair Powell coming on soon. All right, my beautiful food is cooking. Market is chopping. I am rhyming. And we're in a tiny, tiny bearish cycle going tiny, tiny lower, tiny, tiny lower. Good bear trap at some point here. Very small cycle. Very small cycles we are in. Very tight. Follow the leaker said, do you work at BK? Do you? Time is 11:20. Well, you want to make me a Whopper with bacon and cheese or something, bro? Because I like double cheese with extra mayo. Chop, chop. uh, let's go look at the VIX. Volatility index has died a bit. We have gapped up. Look at this VIX. Push up. Oh, my bad. I can't see it. Push up. Push down. Push up. Like this thing is building a flag like crazy. 1 hour looking crazy too. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, folks, I just got my delicious, delicious food. And what is going on with the market right now? They are going lower, and they're just going down lower so damn slow. Remember yesterday where it was going lower and lower, but just so slow, slow, and slow, like really crappy? Same thing, basically. Almost future stuff bouncing. It's very, very hard to trade things like this. And we're at pivot point on the roof. You know who could trade things like this? Supercomputers. Not human beings. Right? The winners are the computers in this situation. Why? There's no clear direction. Why? Everyone's hoping. Why? They're just extreme scalping. This video pause. What do you mean? Oh. Your pounds here going green today. Squeezing. Yesterday into today. Continuous. Holding Palantir up. Tesla can't be held up. Market green. I'm gonna eat for a couple of minutes, but yeah, small cycles, a bull trying 1120 to 1120. It's not even 1125. It is right now. 1120 bouncing to 1125 if it breaks that high, or if it doesn't, creating an algo range. Went higher on QQQ. It did not on SPY. Something weird going on. Cycles are different. Could be faked out. It could fake out bears here. I don't know. It looks really crappy. Market looks bullish. It looks like it's like burning the puts from here until who knows when. Alright, Powell coming on live. Let me. I will try to send the SPX put to call ratio as soon as I can. 1125 is here. That red candle was fake. Alright, we really need Powell to come on. The market is frozen. Whether we are about to fly, whether we are about to reject, the market is waiting. Alright, we're gonna draw the high of the day and the low of the day on QQQ. Wind direction was south, wind direction was north, and now it is, whoa, what is that rejection candle? Either that's real or it's tempting bears like crazy, right? But for real, he said your Powell video is frozen. He's speaking now. No, he's not. I don't think so. You must be watching a non-accredited news channel or something, man. Scheduled for, actually scheduled for 12:20. Not for another hour. Guys, he's speaking at 12:20, not 11:20 actually. There's like a bunch of fake videos out on YouTube right now. That's live, but yeah. Associated Press is going live at 11:20, but I think he's speaking 12:20. I might be wrong here. Bears are trying right now, right? 11:25 to 11:30 rejection trying. If the low of the 11:20 breaks, and we know for a fact 11:30 bears are trying for somewhere down here. You would love to see it if QQQ and IWM goes together, but let's see. Bears trying hard, but it looks bearish. It looks bearish. On purpose. POC is up here. Everything is up here. Why isn't it loading? Candle is flickering right under POC. Guys, Fed Powell is not live. It is a fake video. Fake news. We will wait until the new real video comes out. Look at that spike candle at 11:30. Alright, 1,500 people waiting. The Associated Press. Let's get the like buttons up, folks. Thank you all very much for waiting with us live until Jerome Powell comes on live. Right on POC. So can you please remove Powell from your screen? Sure. I guess I could see when he goes on by having it on my screen, so no volume. It looks like he's going live now. Yep. Top right of the screen. Starting. Created an algo range at 11:30. Bulls still showing. Bears weak. Bears getting chopped up, eaten right now actually. It did not break the low of the 1120. In a bullish cycle trying, or in a chop cycle here. It looks like we're in some sort of a cone shape as well. So we will draw that. Whatever's going on, we will find. Some sort of flag here as well. Downward trending channel breaking out. Trying. Alright, but in a downward trending channel since 11:05. I'm going to turn this stream on so I can adjust the edge of the screen real quick. Cool. Data burning every bit in existence. Bull flagging at the top, channel going up from the floor. Channel going up from the floor. Look at that MACD on the 5. That's crazy work. They neutralize it and then go in bullish. Last push up. Wow. That is crazy. Wow. Not gonna lie. I wanna go short as soon as this shit hits or somewhere up here, but HOD broke. They're burning every bear right now. Absolutely. Maybe not even 0 DT today, but this shit crazy. They're burning it all. On this bounce up. Going wild. I have a mozzarella sticks that has red hot red Frank sauce in it. That is ready for me to get out of the oven. So I'll be back in 1 minute, folks. All right, I'm back. Nah, guys, I'm talking about mozzarella sticks with buffalo sauce inside. All right, like buffalo sauce inside. All right, folks, let's get the like buttons up. I did not go in, but I'm just watching right now. What is that spike? I don't know. 11:40. Let's see. This is supposedly the time of this stream starting as well, so we will see. Soon enough. Candles are coming in thick now. Whoa. What is this? Tempting, but nah. I don't want to tempt fate. They went higher. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. 11:40 rejection trying. Algo range is touching. Algo range is breaking down. What is this? Damn, I was gonna take one too, but goddamn. QQQ. Look at that. Look at that rejection rate. What the did we draw 5 minutes ago before I went to go get my mozzie sticks, boys and girls? This, right? I drew this 5 minutes ago. You guys remember? The realists remember. I'm telling you, the realists remember. That's what I keep saying. The realists remember. Realists remember what I say. The realists remember what I drew. God damn. I guess we were at the top of the downward trend line that we were on. I think I need more sauce. More heat. Candle bouncing crazy. Previous 9:30 open. Guys, I have to go heat this more up. I'm sorry. I'll be back. It's so good, folks. I used to have this when I was in, I think when I was a kid in high school. And I went to Stop and Shop yesterday and I saw this in the freezer. Like, throwback. Alright, bulls are strong right now. Alright, nothing else can be said other than the fact that the bulls are strong right now. The thing keeps bouncing, not going lower, so bulls in control. Doesn't really matter if it's like real or fake, you know what I mean? Like it literally just shows that bulls are in control right now, so candle coming in crazy on QQQ, breaking the roof. Alright, candle coming in crazy on QQQ now. Going to the high, the J Powell candle really. HOD on SPY as well. 1145 and QQQ at the same time. Right, wind direction still north. They're just going so ever slight slowly. Lower and higher and lower and higher and lower and higher and lower and higher. We are higher. Wild. Crazy thing is, they made people go bullish yesterday. Now making people go bullish today. So, but there's bear trap now at the floor. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting how they ran this thing up from the floor. Like down there. Crazy work. $8 up. Oh, the market really did it. We are passing the FOMC J-Paw candle now. Top. I really can't believe they're doing it, but they're doing it. We went to the bottom, and now we're at the top. Wow. Zero DT's crazy burnt on this shit. Crazy. It's like $9 on SPY from the bottom. I can't believe that was a setup for the day. Just make everybody bearish and then just pop it like freaking like literally nothing. 590 to 599. That shit is so dumb. 654. 653 to 650, 662. So holy shit. Insane moves. Volatile as hell. No news out yet. Powell coming out in literally an hour. This thing is insane. 1150. I'm so fucking glad I left everything, almost everything at the bottom. Like, what the Palantir up fucking crazy too. I'm not gonna lie. Insane. It's so dangerous right now. Market flying. I just need Palantir to close below 176 today. I'll be good. Market flying on this shit. It's really overbought, but they don't care. They're really about to do $10. Absolute. $10 from the bottom. What the fuck? Man, that was my plan too. Leave and go long. But like, what the fuck? Vertical. My god. There's a lot of money transferring happening. I put call going up and down in value like nothing, 0 DT. We have 193 people. Hit the like button. Thank you very much. New watchers, hit the subscribe button. And if you are trolling, I'm gonna remove you. Please stop trolling. We are actually about to gap fill up top. That is Super Bulls. Okay. The Super Bulls. This is $10 up. He did it. Holy sh. Wow. I flipped it upside down on its head. Wow, what is that fucking run? What the fuck? Can you guys believe that? Man, that thing actually gap filled below and gap filled up top. Gap filled below and gap filled up top. Like, dude, there's no fucking dump today. Ain't no way. They just use this shit. Like, let's go look at SPX right now. This is insane. Look at the trend line where, oh my god, this is back to the trend line that we broke down from yesterday. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You cannot make this shit up. Oh my god. Dropped off from Thursday into Monday. Sorry, dropped off from Thursday into Friday. Dropped off from Friday. Yeah, they dropped off from Thursday into Friday, right? Friday into Monday, we pumped up. Monday into Tuesday, the market dropped off. Tuesday, market pumping like crazy, and we are above the trend line that we broke down from yesterday. This is disgusting. What the? This is the line that you gotta watch out for, even if it tries to reject now. Right? It's not gonna go anywhere except there, even if it does anything. What is that? Somewhere here, FOMC J Powell candle 661.72. This is disgusting. Holy sh! Trapped everyone up top, trapped everyone down there, and then ran it back up. Bull burning, bear burning, crazy. But I mean, oh my god, people even here, right? Can't they literally would not even leave into this? It'd be like, oh yeah, more. Oh my god, and then they get crushed. Oh my god, it's disgusting. We are at 0.71. Oh my god, we're at 0.7786. If you can believe that. 11:55. Wow, the market is volatile, but it's using the volatility to trap both sides like nothing. Showing bearish on purpose in pre-market, showing bearish on purpose in market open. Gap closed. This is no gap anymore. No gap below, no gap above. The gap filled everything in one day. Gap filled everything in one day.
And create a website that's worthy of it.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get a drink. Alright, I'm back, folks. We are at 600 on QQQ. 662, 64. We're back in the 660s, if you can believe it or not. Oh my god. Guys, we have 195 people watching. God bless every one of you guys that are here. Thank you so much. Let's hit the like button. I want to push this thing up to 170 if we can. Right, the 95 of you guys or 100 of you guys that have not hit the like button. I am sitting here on my knees. God bless us all, right? Thank you very much. Hit that like button. Let's bring it up, right? Time is 12 o'clock midday. Jerome Powell coming out in 20 minutes. You want to see the chats? Look at chats going crazy. Everybody going crazy, okay? They're in the AP and they're waiting. Everybody is waiting. Alright, there's 2,700 people waiting. Market is at the tippy top, right? 11:55, rejection coming. 11:55 is rejecting, and time is 12. It's a 5-minute one cycle rejection from 1155 to 12. We are just above the FOMC Chair Powell candle. The only target that I see below, or resistance below, maybe is the trend line that we just broke out of on SPX. There it is. Right, maybe 6,636, but that's only 10 points. So let's see. The bulls are the ones in control right now. The 5-minute shows, the 15-minute shows, the bearish MACD, they completely dried up. The 30-minute shows, bullish trying. The 1 hour shows bullish squeeze. 4 hour getting squeezed up. So still not out of the woods for bears in the long and the big picture, but for today at least into tomorrow trying. A squeeze, a bullish squeeze. Sorry, a bear squeeze. Let's go back to QQQ. Man, this is insane. Dropped them off, we popped them off, we dropped them off. VIX going wild. VIX going wild right now. VIX is gapping up, gapping down like nothing. I cannot speculate here. This shit is so dangerous. We think yesterday's dangerous. Today dangerous as hell. What is going on? Slow rejection. Slow bear cycle. Just like earlier. Tiny, small, and that could be faked out at any time. Tiny, slow, faked out. Tiny, slow, faked out. Tiny, slow, faked out. Slow, tiny, not good. It's one of the worst signs ever. It's like controlled. And then can pop it up as soon as. Time is 12:02. MACD coming bearish. Candles are coming in trash. We could do a pull right now, or we could relax. It's been 1 hour since we did our last pull at 10:55. Insane day. Broke the pre-market low and then went to go gap fill. I think it's about to go lower from here. But interesting. We're getting news. It says from Twitter. Unusual whales, right? Or is it unusual? What is this called? Unusual whales. Yep. An unusual whale has begun to short Bitcoin again. But this was in the morning. Red candles are coming in so sneaky. Some futures level. Crap. Channel downwards. Where are we? We're gonna go look at SPX, right? I said this 15 minutes ago. 6,635 probably. Probably. Yo, bear's coming right now. Bear's here. Bear's here. 635 logical. Logical possibility. Now dump. Someone said. Oh my god. Oh, he's live.
Forecaster over the past 12 months, which is really a feat over the last 12 months. I mean, that's pretty remarkable.
He's not live. He's coming live. Time is 12:05. Sorry, 12:10. They're going down so fucking slow. I don't want to go in. Let's look at SPX. All right, 200 people. Thank you all for hitting the like button. I think we got to 200 now because people have been hitting the like button. All right, Jerome Powell's coming out in. Wow, that was loud. I don't know what that was. Jerome Powell's coming live in 10 minutes, folks. Let's get ready. Market is starting to pull back from the highs. Right, we broke out of the trend line that we set yesterday. Fell off from Friday, pumped up to Monday, dropped off from Monday into Tuesday, bear trapped crazy and pumped up, broke the trend line, and now going back to the trend line live. So, what we are doing here is live deductions, right? We called this out at the tippy top when it touched this pink line, right? So, let's see what happens. Let's see if it really goes and touches 6636, which is very 5 points away on SPX. I don't want to think there's any sort of dump coming today because you have to understand there's a lot of bears trapped. Just like there's bulls trapped here. So to think that they're going to bear trap, bull trap, bear trap, bull trap is crazy. You have to think about it. You know what I mean? When Jerome Powell comes, the market could go up. That's what I'm scared of, honestly. But, let's just see. We don't want to be biased here. We want to see what happens here. If you are new, hit the subscribe button. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Time is 12:10. FOMC, not FOMC, but Jerome Powell live. This is as if it's FOMC. Everyone's waiting for this speech. So remember, when he comes on, remember to say good afternoon, good morning, whatever he does, right? Let us respect the country, the system that we live in. QQQ, crazy bullish today. We are. At 661.72. Look where we are. FOMC J Powell candle top. September 17th, 2025 level. And we are waiting for him on October 14th, 2025. That is hilarious, right? Look where we are. Is this a coincidence, guys, or is this shit meant to be? That we're literally where we were, right? On him. 661.72. I think that shit's funny as hell. And the market is waiting perfectly where it needs to be. Perfectly waiting at the perfect place. That is funny. Candle coming in crazy thick green now. Showing bullish in one push. This is a 1210 push. 1210 creating an algo range unless they're pushing higher into 1215 here. 1215 is here in 42 seconds. Pretty wild. Market's still bullish. Right? Everyone thinking there's going to be a drop. Everyone thinking it's going to pull back quite a bit. It's not pulling back at all. Thing is super bullish right now. Data burning it all from the floor. That's just, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, it's crazy, but it is. Unless something happens here. Nothing happening. ETA 8 minutes. All right, everybody, get ready. Everybody pray. Everybody make your deductions. Everybody get ready with your positions because here comes Mr. Powell, our Fed chair. Things are about to get volatile up here. Time is 12:15. 12:10 is creating an algo range at the roof and is rejecting at 12:10 into 12:15. 12:15 is in between two algo ranges deciding what to do. Market is indecisive, waiting, showing bearish, showing bullish, showing both. Right at the FOMC J Powell candle from September 17th. That is crazy. I'm going to write the date. Let's see where we go from here. September said that's literally 1 month ago. Oh my god, that's 1 month ago, guys. September 17th, 25. It's now October 14th. $12.15. Insane. Bouncing within the algo range contained. ETA 5 minutes. ETA. Now the bulls are showing. Bear trap possible here. We're already at the midpoint right now. 12.15, so 12.10 bounce at 12.15, breaking the algo range. Help me push the like button up, folks. We have 210 and only 120 likes. We are all waiting for our DADY, Jerome Powell, to come on. Let us wait patiently 5 more minutes. The market will either go up and break the HOD, or, right, the market will either go up and break the HOD, or the market will pull back, probably go test the downward trend we have on SPX and or the previous high today. Alright, I'm just calling out the possibility before we go into the major event of the day. Major event of the day. Thank you all very, very much. 123 likes. I'm gonna put this guy. Five minutes. Just relax. We are ready. Time is almost time. He's live.
Thank you. Here we go. Thank you very much. You got a camera somewhere?
I thought we did, but maybe not.
There we go. We don't have a camera. There we go. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Thank you, Emily. And thanks to the National Association for Business Economics for the Adam Smith Award. It, for me, is
an unexpected honor just to be mentioned alongside many of your past recipients, including particularly my predecessors, Janet Yellen and Ben Bernanke. So thank you very much for this recognition. I will say on a more personal note, I have greatly enjoyed my regular visits to your annual meeting and your conferences. It's really been my favorite venue all these years. It's a place. This is a place where we can talk about economic issues and not worry that someone's eyes might glaze over. I also appreciate the warm welcome I've always received here. And putting Fed staff aside for a minute, I can't think of a more lovable group of econ nerds anywhere. So thank you again for this prestigious award. And for the opportunity to speak to you here today. So, as we all know, monetary policy is more effective when the public understands what the Federal Reserve does and why. With that in mind, I hope to enhance understanding of one of the more arcane and technical aspects of monetary policy, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. A colleague recently compared this topic to a trip to the dentist, but I found that comparison somewhat unfair to dentists. So today I'll discuss the essential role that our balance sheet played during the pandemic, along with some lessons learned. I'll then review our ample reserves implementation framework and the progress we've made toward normalizing the size of our balance sheet. And I'll conclude with some brief remarks on the economic outlook. So, one of the primary purposes of a central bank is to provide the monetary foundation for the financial system and the broader economy. This foundation is made of central bank liabilities. On
This
the
is
Fed's
3/3.
balance sheet,
They're going
the
higher
liability
into
side of the
3/3.
ledger totaled $6.5 trillion as of October 8, and three categories account for roughly 95% of the total. First, Federal Reserve notes, that is physical currency, totaled $2.4 trillion. Second, reserves, funds held by depository institutions at Federal Reserve banks, totaled $3 trillion. These deposits allow commercial banks to make and receive payments and meet regulatory
601
requirements.
QQQ.
Reserves are the safest and most liquid asset in the financial system, and only the Fed can create them. The adequate provision of reserves is essential to the safety and soundness of our banking system, the resilience and efficiency of our payment system, and ultimately the stability of our economy. Third is the Treasury General Account, or TGA, currently at about $800 billion, which is essentially the checking account for the federal government. When the Treasury makes or receives payments, those flows affect dollar for dollar the supply of reserves or other liabilities in the system.
Bull's
The asset
crazy.
side of our ledger consists almost entirely of
Chair
securities,
Powell,
including
daddy.
$4.2 trillion
Bump,
of
bump.
U.S. Treasury securities
Good
and
news, good news.
$2.1 trillion of government-guaranteed agency mortgage-backed securities, or MBS.
I would be careful here, though.
When we add reserves to the system, we generally do
speaking,
so
this
by
is
purchasing
3/3.
Treasury
They're going
securities
higher
in
into
the open
3/3.
market and crediting the reserve accounts of the banks involved in the transaction with the seller. This process effectively transforms securities held by the public into reserves, but does not change the total amount of government liabilities held by the public. So, the Fed's balance sheet serves as a critical policy tool, especially when the policy rate is constrained by the effective lower bound, or ELB. When COVID-19 struck in March 2020, the economy came to a near standstill and financial markets seized up, threatening to transform a public health crisis into a severe, prolonged economic downturn. In response, we established a number of emergency liquidity facilities. Those programs, supported at the time by Congress and the administration, provided critical support to markets and were remarkably effective in restoring confidence and stability. At their peak in July 2020, loans from these facilities totaled just over $200 billion. Most of these loans conditions stabilized. That's normally the deepest and most liquid market in the world, and the bedrock of the global financial system was under extraordinary pressure and on the verge of collapse. We used large-scale purchases of securities to restore functionality to the Treasury market. Faced with unprecedented market dysfunction, the Fed purchased Treasury and agency securities at an extraordinary pace in March and April of 2020. These purchases supported the flow of credit to households and businesses and fostered more accommodative financial conditions to support the recovery of the economy when it ultimately came. This source of policy accommodation was particularly important as we had already lowered the federal funds rate close to zero and expected that it would remain there for some time. By June 2020, we slowed our purchase pace to a still substantial $120 billion per month. And in December of 2020, as the economic outlook remained highly uncertain, the FOMC said that we expected to maintain that pace of purchases until substantial further progress has been made toward the committee's maximum employment and price stability goals. That guidance provided assurance that the Fed would not prematurely withdraw support while the economic recovery remained fragile amid unprecedented conditions. And we maintained that pace of asset purchases through October 2021. By then, it had become apparent that elevated inflation was not likely to go away without a strong monetary response. At our meeting in November 2021, we announced a phase out of our purchases. And at our next meeting in December, we doubled the pace of that taper and said that asset purchases would conclude by mid-March of 2022. Over the entire period of purchases, our securities holdings increased by $4.6 trillion. So a number of observers have raised questions, fairly enough, about the size and composition of asset purchases during the pandemic recovery. Throughout 2020 and 21, the economy continued to face significant challenges as successive waves of COVID caused widespread disruption and loss. During that tumultuous period, we continued to purchase in order to avoid a sharp, unwelcome tightening of financial conditions at a time when the economy still appeared to be highly vulnerable. Our thinking was informed by recent episodes in which signals about reducing the balance sheet had triggered significant tightening in financial conditions, and we were thinking of the events of December 2018, as well as the 2013 taper tantrum. Regarding the composition of our purchases, some have questioned the inclusion of agency MBS purchases given the strong housing market during the pandemic recovery. Outside of purchases aimed specifically at market functioning, MBS purchases are primarily intended, like our purchases of Treasury securities,
I'm going
to
into
ease
a
broader
October
financial
20th
conditions when the
666
policy rate
spread
is
right now.
constrained by the effective lower bound. The extent to which these MBS purchases disproportionately affected housing market conditions during that period is challenging to determine. Many factors affect the mortgage market, and many factors beyond the mortgage market affect supply and demand in the broader housing market. With the clarity of hindsight, we could have, and perhaps should have, stopped asset purchases sooner. Our real-time decisions were intended to serve as insurance against downside risks. We knew that we could unwind purchases relatively quickly once we ended them, which is exactly what we did. Research and experience tell us that asset purchases affect the economy through expectations regarding the future size and duration of our balance sheet, so that when we announced our taper, market participants began pricing in its effects, pulling forward the tightening in financial conditions. Stopping sooner could have made some difference, but not likely enough to fundamentally alter the trajectory of the economy. Nonetheless, our experience since 2020 does suggest that we can be more nimble in our use of the balance sheet and more confident that our communications will foster appropriate expectations among market participants, given their growing experience with these tools. Some have also argued that we could have better explained the purpose of asset purchases in real time. There's always room for improved communication, but I believe our statements were reasonably clear about our objectives, which were to support and then sustain smooth market functioning and to help foster accommodative financial conditions. Over time, the relative importance of those objectives evolved with economic conditions, but the objectives were never in conflict. So at the time, this issue appeared to be a distinction without much of a difference. That's not always the case, of course. For example, the March 2023 banking stress led to a sizable increase in our balance sheet through lending operations. We clearly differentiated these financial stability operations from our monetary policy stance. Indeed, we continued to raise the policy rate through that time. Turning to my second topic, pardon me. Our ample reserves regime has proven highly effective, delivering good control of our policy rate across a wide range of challenging economic conditions while promoting financial stability and supporting a resilient payment system. In this framework, an ample supply of reserves ensures adequate liquidity in the banking system, and control of our policy rate is achieved through the setting of our administered rates, interest on reserve balances, and the overnight repurchase rate. Reverse repo rate, rather. This approach allows us to maintain rate control independently of the size of our balance sheet. And that's important given large unpredictable swings in liquidity demand from the private sector and significant fluctuations in the autonomous factors affecting reserve supply, such as the TGA. This framework has proved resilient whether the balance sheet is shrinking or growing. Since June 2022, we've reduced the size of our balance sheet by $2.2 trillion, from 35% to just under 22% of GDP, while maintaining effective interest rate control. Our long-stated plan is to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent with ample reserves conditions. We may approach that point in coming months, and we are closely monitoring a wide range of indicators to inform this decision. Some signs have begun to emerge that liquidity conditions are gradually tightening, including a general firming of repo rates, along with more noticeable but temporary pressures on selected dates. The committee's plans lay out a deliberately cautious approach to avoid the kind of money market strains experienced in September 2019. Moreover, the tools of our implementation framework, including the standing repo facility and a discount window, will help contain funding pressures and keep the federal funds rate within our target range through this transition to lower reserve levels. Normalizing the size of our balance sheet does not mean going back to the balance sheet we had before the pandemic. In the longer run, the size of our balance sheet is determined by the public's demand for our liabilities rather than by our pandemic-related asset purchases. Non-reserve liabilities currently stand about $1.1 trillion higher than just prior to the pandemic, thus requiring that our securities holdings be equally higher. Demand for reserves has risen as well, in part reflecting the growth of the banking system and the overall economy. Regarding the composition of our securities portfolio, relative to the outstanding universe of Treasury securities, our portfolio is currently overweight longer-term securities and underweight shorter-term securities. The longer-run composition will be a topic of committee discussion. Transition to our desired composition will occur gradually and predictably, giving market participants time to adjust and minimizing the risk of market disruption. Consistent with our longstanding guidance, we aim for a portfolio consisting primarily of Treasury securities over the longer run. Some have questioned whether the interest we pay on reserves is costly to taxpayers. In fact, that is not the case. The Fed earns interest income from Treasury securities that back reserves. Most of the time, our interest earnings from Treasury holdings more than cover the interest paid on reserves, generating significant remittances to the Treasury. By law, we remit all profits to the Treasury after covering expenses. And since 2008, even after accounting for the recent period of negative net income, our total remittances to Treasury have totaled more than $900 billion. While our net interest income has temporarily been negative due to the rapid rise in policy rates to control inflation, this is highly unusual. Our net income will soon turn positive again, as it typically has been throughout our history. Of course, having negative net income has no bearing at all on our ability to conduct monetary policy or meet our financial obligations. If our ability to pay interest on reserves and other liabilities were eliminated, the Fed would lose control over rates. The stance of monetary policy would no longer be appropriately calibrated to economic conditions and would push the economy away from our employment and price stability goals. To restore rate control, large sales of securities over a short period of time would be needed to shrink our balance sheet and the quantity of reserves in the system. The volume and speed of these sales could strain Treasury market functioning and compromise financial stability. Market participants would need to absorb the sales of Treasury securities and agency MBS, which would put upward pressure on the entire yield curve, raising borrowing costs for the Treasury and private sector. Even after that volatile and disruptive process, the banking system would be less resilient and more vulnerable to liquidity shocks. The bottom line is that our ample reserves regime has proven remarkably effective
Guys,
for
listen
implementing
to what I'm
monetary
saying,
policy
okay?
and supporting economic and
The
financial
VIX
stability.
is getting crushed, but because the
So I will
VIX
close
has been
with a brief
raised,
discussion of the economy
because
and
the
the outlook
VIX
for
is
monetary
at
policy.
19 20-ish.
Although some important
can
government
pop
data have been delayed due to the
at
shutdown,
any
we
point
routinely review a
overnight.
wide variety
They
of
can kill
public
it
and private
today,
sector
it can
data
come
that have
back
remained
tomorrow,
available.
it could do whatever,
We also
and then it can
maintain a
come back.
nationwide network of
You
contacts
need to watch
through the
out.
reserve banks
That
who
is what
provide
the
valuable
VIX
insights,
does.
which will be
Look at the
summarized in
MACD on the
tomorrow's
VIX.
beige book.
The MACD on the VIX is not a joke.
Based on the data we do have, it's fair to say
Okay.
that the outlook for employment and inflation does not appear to
This
have
is the
changed
yellow
much
point.
since
This
our
is the yellow
September
point.
meeting 4 weeks ago.
This is right now.
Data
The
available
VIX
prior to the shutdown,
is
however,
still strong.
show that growth in economic activity may be on a
They
somewhat
could
firmer
show bullish
trajectory than
day
expected.
and be bearish overnight. That does not mean
While the
tonight.
unemployment rate remained low through August, payroll gains have slowed sharply, likely in part due to a decline in labor force growth due to lower immigration and lower labor force participation. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen. While official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue their downward trajectories. Meanwhile, 12-month core PCE inflation was 2.9% in August, up slightly from earlier this year, as rising core goods inflation has outpaced continued disinflation in housing services. Available data and surveys continue to show that goods price increases primarily reflect tariffs rather than broader inflationary pressures. Consistent with these effects, near-term inflation expectations have generally increased this year, while most longer-term expectation measures remain aligned with our 2% goal. Rising downside risks to employment have shifted our assessment of the balance of risks. As a result, we judged it appropriate to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance at our September meeting. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate the tension between our employment and inflation goals. This challenge was evident in the dispersion of committee participants' projections at the September meeting. And I'll stress again that these projections should be understood as representing a range of potential outcomes whose
This is how they
probabilities
get people.
evolve as new information
Because the
informs
VIX confuses like
our meeting by
nothing
meeting
every day.
approach to policymaking. We'll set policy based on the evolution of the economic outlook and the balance of risks rather than following a
It could be green tomorrow. I'm just saying, like
And with
tomorrow
that,
could
I
be
thank you
green.
again for this
Like I'm just
wonderful
saying, be
award
careful
and,
end the week
for
or
inviting me
something.
here
You know what I
today. I
mean?
look
Like I
forward
don't
to
know.
our
I don't know if the
discussion.
VIX is gonna
Thank
keep
you.
pulling back. I don't know if the market's gonna keep going up. I'm just saying, like it's what it's done in the past. So you gotta always be careful what it's done in the past.
No, buddy.
Thank you, Chair Powell, for the excellent remarks in the Adam Smith address. And we will have about half an hour for
Wow.
questions. So
Sounds like a long
should
time.
have talked longer. So let me start with
Hit the
before I
like
go
button,
to some of the
folks.
questions coming in from
220
the
people
audience,
here.
and
God
do
bless
use
every
the
one of you guys that
the
are here.
Connect app to generate those. You have said, and you repeated again here, that there are no risk-free paths for the Fed now. So in light of that, and in particular, with where the recent inflation data are running, let me group this with some of the questions that we're seeing coming in on the app as well. Obviously, always data dependent. But thinking about the dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability, how concerned are you that if the rate of pass-through of tariffs is slower, that might begin to look like more persistent inflation as opposed to a one-time, as if the tariff adjustment came through all at once, and then it would be quite clearly
Here's
a
a tariff
one-time
question.
price level shift.
So that's certainly a risk. You know, as I mentioned, there really isn't a risk-free path now since it appears that inflation is certainly running above our target and appears to be continuing to increase quite gradually, but increase. It's still on the way
I was gonna
up.
say since President Trump
So
came.
there's a risk there that would lend to greater persistence. But now the labor market has demonstrated pretty significant downside risks as payroll jobs have declined, and both the supply and demand for labor has declined quite sharply. So those two states of affairs for our two variables, our two goal variables, call for different monetary policy responses. So as they come more into balance, I think the idea has been that policy should move from being, tight to some degree to being more neutral as those two things balance out. But it is clear though that, if we move too quickly, then we may leave the inflation job unfinished and have to come back later and finish it. And if we move too slowly, there may be unnecessary losses, painful losses in the employment market. So we're in the difficult situation of balancing those two things. I think for the last few months, we've been able to maintain a restrictive stance because the labor market was still pretty solid. I think that the data we got right after the July meeting showed that, which adjusted back all the way through May, showed that the labor market has actually softened pretty considerably and puts us in a situation where the two risks are closer to being in balance.
Let's move to the other risk then and talk about employment a little bit. We had Anna Paulson here yesterday, and she spoke about the break-even unemployment or break-even employment growth rate. And that's a question from the audience as well. So I believe she said that it's certainly lower than it was, and the standard error around those estimates probably includes some numbers that might even be negative. Where do you see the monthly break-even employment growth rate at this point?
I'm not going to try to give you a pinpoint number, but as you pointed out, the standard error around these things is 50,000 plus or minus, something like that. And that would certainly, I think the range of plausible numbers for the break-even rate is probably does go below zero, accounting for those standard errors. It's clearly come down a great deal. And that's what's
we are
so
super
challenging
high
about
up
this
now.
is that both supply and demand in the labor market have come down so sharply, so quickly. And the fact that the unemployment rate has barely moved is kind of remarkable in and of itself, and suggests that they're moving at roughly the same pace. Although, of course, the unemployment rate has ticked up, which suggests that demand is moving a little faster than supply. I wouldn't want to point to a specific number other than to say that it's come way down. And there are many estimates out there. By the way, there are many ways to calculate it, so you're going to get different estimates.
We're certainly in a volatile and changing environment. So one question I have is whether you see any changes in the transmission mechanism of monetary policy actions. So when we speak of long and variable lags, as we do, are those changing? And in particular, do you think there might be any difference in the impacts
Market
of
actually
policy on
pumped too.
inflation
Chair
versus
Powell's
employment?
speech.
Is one changing more than the other?
That's like 2 or 3 questions, so I might have to come back to you. That's right.
Absolutely.
So on transmission, there, in theory at least, I see 2 things. One is, what we say and the actions that we take on monetary policy and how quickly that gets into financial markets. So if you go back to when I was in college, that part would have taken, weeks, months probably. And now that part happens essentially instantaneously. But the rest of it, once it's in the financial markets, how quickly does it affect economic activity, unemployment, employment, inflation,
no
et cetera?
pullback, just pump.
I think that's more dependent on the conditions in the economy.
Crazy important.
For example, if you take the group of people who had extremely low rate mortgages, right? And even so, if you can cut rates, but they're a long way down, and they're sort of in a place where it's going to be expensive to move and to take out a much higher rate mortgage, even assuming significant numbers of cuts. So that has probably blunted the transmission of lower rates into that part of the economy. But overall, I think it still works the way we think it works, which is, long and variable lags means a lot of uncertainty.
They're making
how
everyone
it's gonna
leave on every
affect
stock.
it. I think the lure of the last part
Oh
of the
my
question,
God.
the lure
This
has
is
been
insane.
that
I cannot
inflation
lie.
and employment
Market go up,
come
market go down.
later. The
Altogether.
first decisions are purchasing decisions, hiring decisions, and things. Well, purchasing decisions, can be affected probably more quickly, but then those would eventually affect employment and inflation. So longer lags are when the research generally shows longer and longer lags for employment and inflation.
And I guess the variable part of that comment does give us a bit of cover.
A lot of uncertainty.
So you spoke about the adjustments or the challenges that you're facing with some government data not currently being published. Beyond the headline unemployment rate, which we're not going to see right away, what other labor market indicators are you monitoring most closely to gauge that side of the mandate?
So I think everyone's looking at the same non-government data. So there's a set of non-government data around, or
$3
non-federal government
pump
data around
since
labor markets.
30
For
minutes
example,
ago.
state level unemployment, claim
$3.
reports.
Oh my
You can
God,
you can add those up
crazy.
and get a pretty decent estimate, and that's a really good one. There's also ADP has its data and employment. So in the employment space, there's some plausible data. I will say generally the private data, the alternative data that we look at is better used as a supplement for the underlying governmental data, which is the gold standard. And it's not it won't be as effective as the main course as it would have been as a supplement. So we don't expect that we'd be able to replace the data we're not getting. So I think in job, in employment space, there's some pretty good substitutes, less so in inflation space, and in economic activity space. And also they're just, they're different private data providers use different universes and different levels of rigor in their data analysis. So,
I'm just watching
we're
this.
looking at lots of things, and
Market
we're going
is
to make our
going
decisions
higher and higher and higher and
according
higher
to
and
the
higher. So
FOMC schedule. But I think it will be a lot better once we start getting, for example, the September employment report is going to be a very important
665.
report.
We're here.
And
Holy shit.
we're not on track to have that. There would still be
Gold's
time for us
crazy.
to get that. We will get, of course, the September inflation, the CPI and PPI reports. So that's a positive. But we don't comment on fiscal matters, but from our standpoint, we'll start to miss that data, and particularly the October data. If this goes on for a while, they won't be collecting it, and it could become more challenging.
You used the term gold standard, and you didn't mean it in this context, but I'm going to pivot here because there's a question from the audience that's getting a lot of upvotes. So one of your predecessors, Alan Greenspan, used to view the price of gold as an indicator of inflation risk. So in that context, how do you view the rally that we've seen in gold? And if you want to throw in Bitcoin, you can comment on that too.
I'm not going to comment on any particular asset price, including that one. And I think we think of inflation as driven by fundamental supply and demand factors, and it's not something we look at actively.
Fair. The September projections, we saw revised GDP growth projections revised upward for both 2025 and 2026. Now, sometimes it's just an issue to issue thing, but how do you reconcile that projection of stronger growth with what we're seeing in terms of a likely weakening labor market?
So even subsequent to the September SEP, we've seen economic activity data which are surprising to the upside. And as I mentioned in my remarks, so you do have a bit of a tension there between the labor market data that we see, very low levels of job creation, and yet people are spending. So economic activity is strong, and it's we're going to have to see how that plays out. Right now, of course, we're not getting any new government data on any new federal government data on that, but it does create, of course, if economic activity were stronger, then that would tend to support labor market activities.
Absolute run from the floor.
So
653 to 665. We're $12
Another
up.
topic that has permeated the conference over the last 2 days has been AI. So as the Federal Reserve, like all of us, grapple with the implications of generative AI, what plans are in place to assess its long-term impact on productivity, implications for labor markets, and overall economic stability? And does that present any new risks to monetary policy or financial stability?
So you're right. We're doing what other people are doing, which is reading all the things that, so many researchers are working on AI now. It's just amazing. And so we follow all of that. We also have people at the Fed who are doing lots and lots of research on AI. And, in terms of, it's just such early days to be looking for the kind of things that will happen. So, question of productivity. You know, it was Robert Solow who said that technology showing up everywhere, but in the productivity data. So this could be the same kind of thing where it's there, but it takes a long time kind of to show itself, because you would think of another big technological advance as potentially raising productivity, but I think it's early to say that we're seeing it. Also, you're seeing, I think some researchers have found effects on hiring from AI for entry-level people and for coders and things like that. So there's probably some of that out there, but it's just so early to say what it will be. We also monitor very carefully what public companies are saying. Increasingly, bold statements from large, mainly large private companies on things that they think they can do across their whole business area with AI, and either sort of freeze hiring where it is or reduce hiring. And I think we're pretty aware of what the potential outcomes are, but the range of potential outcomes is very broad. I will say, in terms of what the Fed can do, we deal with supply and demand. We have an interest rate, and we also do regulation, that kind of thing. But if what's needed is greater education and skills, I mean, I've always liked the model that technology can work for everybody as long as everybody's getting the skills and aptitudes they need to use that technology. This is Golden and Katz, their work, which they actually spoke about at Jackson Hole this year, but it's a 20-year-old book that they wrote. So we can't do that. That's not something the Fed can do. We also can't address the potential societal disruptions that could happen, potentially, if there's really significant job loss. So there are a lot of, we're the least of it. There are potentially really significant implications for people in the labor force. And I think we're all speculating about what those might be, but it's only
He used the word. He used the word. Oh my God! Freak out! Freak out! He used the word speculate. Oh my God!
Are getting upvoted, and you can get as far into the weeds as you want, but this is where people want to go. So let me try this one. As you think of the appropriate level of reserves in the system, what indicators are most important? Is it the price of money, so repo levels, or the volume of borrowings from the Fed, like the discount window, and so on?
God damn.
So we have
I'm about to take a zero DT,
a nice
yo.
spider chart and
God damn.
5 main indicators, one of which is sort of
oh my God, he's using all the words levels. Speculate, indicator,
and I think overall
price
what
level.
They're showing
oh my God.
is that we're still at ample reserves. Abundant reserves. We're still at abundant reserves, meaning above our goal of ample
Holy
reserves,
shit, we're at
a little bit above ample
666.
reserves. So, but we're beginning to see, you're starting to see a little bit of tightening in money market conditions, particularly repo rates have moved up. And those are the things we're going to be watching. So we think we're still at abundant, and we're, the pace of runoff is now very, very slow. So we're going to be watching all those factors very carefully. And we're not so far away now, but there's a ways to go.
I think we're not going to get away without addressing this one. So I'll try to, again, group some of these together. First, there's definitely appreciation from the audience.
I'm going in right now.
To try to remain above the political fray. And I think also, and as in your remarks, you said gradually and predictably, and that sounds really nice right about now. But with that ongoing scrutiny of the policy decisions of the Fed, what measures is the Federal Reserve taking, and are you taking, to ensure and demonstrate the continued independence in setting monetary policy?
So the main thing we can continue to do is to do our work the way we've always done it, which is, think really carefully about evolving economic conditions and the evolving outlook and the balance of risks, and try to make good decisions to best serve, the American public, and then explain those decisions and talk about them in a way that makes sense and is grounded in the data and our overall approach. I think we're going to keep doing that. And as long as we're doing that, people will be able to tell. If we start doing something else, I think people will be able to tell that too. But that's just not something we're ever going to do. We're always going to keep doing our work we don't engage in back and forth with people. It's just not that gets to be political sort of right away. So we just do our work and do it as best we can. I mean, overall, I would say the Fed comes through the last, if you think about it, go back to the beginning of the global financial crisis. We've had two world historical crises back to back, essentially. And the U.S. economy, it's been quite a ride for the U.S. economy and for American citizens, but we've come through it as well or better than any other country in the world. And we had to innovate and did innovate. There was really no choice. We can look back now and as I did today and second guess ourselves, which is only appropriate. That we've been doing it for 10 years. Since I got to the Fed 12 years ago, we were already doing a lot of that. So that's an ongoing process. But I think if you take a step back, the Fed isn't a government agency that does
Break it.
a good job for the public that it serves, and that is our
Here we
only
go.
goal. And I think we do it pretty well. Don't look for perfection. You know, these
Break into
are
support
close
finally.
calls that have to be made in real time. But I guess that's what I would say.
It's fantastic. And in that context, then internally to the FOMC, how important
There's
is
her
it that
trying.
you have consensus on it? I mean, we're economists. We understand the value of spirited debate, and
I'm up
but
1K.
is that important in terms of communicating the results and the decisions of the committee?
I mean, consensus is great, but I mean, the most important thing of all is to get it right. And, you know, that you come to places, not very commonly, but sometimes you come to places where people are going to have different views. And this is one of them. You have a situation here where literally inflation's above target and gently rising. The labor market is subject to pretty clear downside risks. What do you do? How do you think about that? That's not a problem that you face very often in central banking or in the economy. And people are going to have different weights and different risk aversion and different risk appetites on those things. It would be kind of surprising if you had no
Alright, I'm leaving
debate
right now.
over those things. So we have a
Let's
healthy
fucking go.
debate
Come on,
going
let's
on.
go.
I
I'm
think
out.
it's very healthy. I think the meetings that we've been having are as good as any we've had, you know, in terms of people sincerely, you know, giving their absolute best argument for their positions, but they're different positions. That's I mean, when I was an investor, I always felt like the most dangerous thing is if everybody agreed on something, because you need someone to come in and try to explain why this is a terrible idea. Hopefully somebody really smart. And that would give you the ability to really test your thinking. So I think that's a healthy discussion that we're having right now. And I'm not at all surprised that we have
Holy
people
shit.
across the board. I do think we also, as an institution, do try to come together.
God, 36675s.
around,
Holy
you know,
shit.
a central
sorry.
answer. And that's, of course, part of what I try to do is you know, find an answer that will attract as much support as possible.
God damn!
I know you probably want to comment in great detail on
Yo, it would have been a
global
2.5K
conditions, but there are a
play
few
off of 2 minutes.
questions
Holy
around
fucking
that,
shit.
and
They're
what that
going
implies
crazy.
for U.S. monetary policy, and also just looking at the interest rate differentials between the U.S. and other advanced economies, and how long that could persist, and is there a risk there?
Sorry,
the interest rate differentials between the U.S. and other advanced economies.
Yeah, I mean,
right before 666.
According to
right before
the
666.
place where our economy is domestically, you know, taking into account the international aspects of our economy. So again, it's not surprising. I mean, you could name many factors, but you know, for example, tariffs are clearly more disinflationary for countries that are subjected to them, and they're more, I won't say heavily inflationary, but there's some inflationary pass through to consumers from countries that are putting tariffs on. So there's a very different monetary policy response potentially just in that. So, you know, I think we need to set, as every other central bank does, they're setting rates in their, whatever their, you know, remit is geographically, and they're going to be different answers. It's not unusual.
So we have a large number of young economists in the audience today. Could you talk a little bit about, as we look back and, you know,
Bears are still here.
It's a nice time to reflect. If you looked back
MACD
on
bearish.
your early career and your early goals, how do you think that young
First
Jerome
support
Powell
six
would,
sixty two
would view where
92.
Jerome Powell is
Wow,
sitting
they're
today,
asking
Chair of the
deep
Federal
ass
Reserve.
questions.
Surprised.
The young J Powell questions coming
No, I
out.
would say, so what I would tell young economists is you've chosen a great profession, a tremendous profession. You know, you're getting the tools to analyze public policy and what works and what doesn't work and what should be expected to work and wouldn't and why. And also what's the state of the economy. And guess what? It's not just
Until the low of
hard,
the
it's basically
1257
impossible.
candle breaks.
But it's
Until the
it's a
low
very,
of
very
the
difficult thing, but it
1256
yields
candle
itself up
breaks.
over time.
Bears are
And
trapped.
you know, it's just an incredibly important subject that carries the capability to do really good things for the general public, who may not feel great gratitude toward economists, but
God bless every one of you
sometimes.
guys.
But
Let's
no,
hit the
it's
like button.
really important. You've made a great
I'm gonna
choice,
delete
and
some
I would
messages
say
that I don't.
wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Agree. Okay, we'll do a little bit of a lightning round here. We have about 5 minutes left, so I'll ask a bunch of questions that you may not want to get into great detail on anyway. Some of these are pretty straightforward, but so we talked quite a bit about labor markets, but we have not specifically asked the question about the effect of immigration policies on labor supply.
They're
How
still here into
restrictive
one
do you think that current policy is, and is that something that will
big
just
green,
immigration
big
policy.
red
Yeah.
candle actually
Let
coming.
me start by saying that we don't have a view on immigration. It's not our job to have a view. So we
Pull
take
back
that as
from
completely,
six
you know, it
six
is what
five
it is. We
point
take it
six
as
five
it arrives.
to 663.95.
I'd say stronger
MACD
policy
turning
than most
bearish,
people had expected. You know, we've seen
going lower right
very
now,
sharp decline in growth of the labor force and
turning
in
dangerous.
people entering the
I think
country.
anything above this
And
dangerous.
yeah, I think you're only beginning to see the strength of that policy too. You know, there's more expulsions; those are rising, and that kind of thing. So yeah, that's a big economic factor. So that will mean, you know, fewer people to work. You have anecdotal evidence of industries that are just having a hard time finding people. You don't see it in wages or anything like that at this point. You don't see, at least in the aggregate, you don't. But yeah, it's going to be a really important economic fact because you know, that's new people who come into the workforce. They create their supply, but they also create demand. They create their own demand, and you know, again, from our standpoint, we're just, you know, our job is to achieve maximum employment or maximum sustainable employment. And that will depend both on the supply of workers and the demand for workers.
Back to the balance sheet, some questions. Again, I'll kind of try to group these together around mortgage-backed securities and housing affordability. Again, not directly part of the dual mandate, but would the
Bears
Fed
are
ever
very
look at
strong.
any specific actions with regard to MBS to address mortgage rates or affordability for
Bears
housing?
are heavy as. Okay, bounce right.
The answer is, look, we look at overall inflation and we don't target housing prices. And also I don't know how you would, we would certainly not engage in mortgage-backed security purchases as a way of addressing mortgage rates or
He's
housing
talking about
directly.
MBS
That's
products.
not what
Oh
we
God,
do.
we're in
We do have, as I
2008.
mentioned, a very large
We are in
amount of
2008.
mortgage-backed
Oh,
securities,
no.
and they're running off, but they run off pretty slowly. So.
Fair. Question on the beverage curve. Maybe that's not a lightning round question, but let's try it. So do you think that the shift in the beverage curve is a structural shift or just a blip?
I think it's, you know, you're at a place where, you know, further declines in job openings might very well start to show up in unemployment. You know, you've had this amazing time where you came straight down and, but, you know, I just think you're going to reach a point at which unemployment starts to go up. And we haven't really, we may be hitting that now, but it's been remarkable how that line, it just comes down, 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 down. And, which has been, you know, really a great part of the recovery.
All right. Well, we have just a couple minutes left. I think we'll end with maybe another sort of philosophical question. Michael Barr spoke to the policy conference in 2024, I believe it was, and he gave some advice to economists. What would your advice be to the economists in the room in terms of how we can best serve the challenges that are facing us collectively in this moment?
I'm inclined to say, keep your heads up. You know, it's a time when people are challenging expertise, and I think it's a distinguished profession. It's a very high order profession, and you should be proud of your work and keep at it. Ultimately, we're learning about how the economy works and how society works. Our understanding is so basic and so uncertain, really, still after all these years. But, you got to think we're making some progress and doing some good, and imposing sort of an analytical framework around the kind of decisions people make about the economy. So I just want to
I
give
like
you a
Jerome
little
Powell.
support and say, keep at it.
Yep.
And
Thank you,
likewise,
sir.
NABE supports
Logical
you.
deductions. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Are we done?
We're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
What was that?
Thank you very much.
One bouncing to 105. Very important what happens here. Another channel. Very, very important. Our market is bouncing at 1 into 105. Cycle is confirming to go higher or lower into 110 here. We are deciding at 665. This is a very, very important level. We dropped off $1. We dropped off $2, 665 to 663.5. We pop back up to 664.75. Now we are deciding right at the middle. Let's see what happens. We are right in the middle. This is 50-50. There's no need to be in every single cycle. It is sometimes best to let the market be. It's hesitating right at the middle. Time is 2:10 now. Okay, we're going higher. Sorry, time is 1:10. 105 into 110. 110 is deciding what to do, not 105 to reject or to go higher from here. Market is deciding whether to test the roof, whether to reject into, right, 115. Let's see. POC. It's all the way down there. And we ranged up big time after 11:35, 11:40-ish. I could see a pullback to 661.72, but I mean, it could not be today as well. That is very far down. We are more bullish than not right now, but we are at a crucial intersection on QQQ2 and on SPY. Okay, we are at yesterday's levels. Our yesterday's high did not break. Let's look at SPX. Yesterday's high did break. Cycles are shown differently. SPX and QQQ. Right, used all this to go up. Five-minute MACD pulling back bullish. Right, this is very important. Market is deciding right now. This is a crossroads, crucial junction to go break 602.5 on QQQ or 600.6. With a 1-minute MACD coming in bullish, bearish giant. Yep, this move does make it look like Friday never happened, but you gotta remember, yesterday they did the same thing. Right, so I'm expecting tomorrow to be opening high or green, but also I'm gonna be careful. Why? I think anything above 661.72 is a little bit risky into the end of the week. That's what I think personally. I don't know what other people think. I mean, I'm just gonna call out what I think. Everything is green except Tesla. Not green, but like recovering. The video is like dog crap poo-poo right now, but yeah, still recovering. Right, the video went lower, and the market's trying to recover, and not in the video for some reason. Alright, IWM is the only thing that's at all-time highs right now on this. Alright, that's the reason why I am skeptical. IWM at 247.54. Apple lower, Nvidia lower, Tesla lower, Meta a little bit lower. It's just weird. I mean, intraday, it's definitely going higher. Even though the other big names may not be recovering too much, SPY is. IWM is pushing. QQQ is also rising. Things are higher than what they were yesterday. Alright, 665, 665.5 is higher than yesterday. It is basically a little bit higher than yesterday. If I did this right, I think I would have printed like 2.2K off of 4.5K, but like still, I left in the first move down. Why? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. right? Where is dumb money playing? In the 3/3. Where is dumb money playing? Everywhere. You know what I mean? Smart money deducts. Smart money plays 1/3, 2/3, and they try to stay out of the 3/3. So I don't know. Right? Is it really just go off candles? I don't really think so. I don't really think so. I don't believe in it. I don't believe so. I know it's different, so all I'm saying is, folks, be careful. Alright. You don't want to be going off candles, like that's literally just candle, you know. 10, 11:10 rejecting into 11:15. No confirmation, nothing. Just market is deciding. Until the low of the one breaks, it could bounce. And it doesn't confirm anything big. The MACD coming in crazy. Nobody bought back on this. Weird. Bears trying. MACD is turning off. Bullish. I wouldn't say anything until this low breaks, honestly. I would say, honestly, that we're in a box. Okay. This is inside a box. Boxes are tempting, but they're trash. They are dangerous. 665.66, 663.67. I mean, $3 range. You know what I mean? If people can't wait and be patient on that, then you just impatient as fuck. That's all it is, folks. You know what I mean? There is no need to be constantly worrying about where the market's gonna go. There's no need to be constantly like. There's just it's okay. Like this is literally pivot point. You know what I mean? Roof. It's okay to just relax and just take a sip of the coffee sometimes. Go read a book. Come back in 15, 20 minutes and be like, oh, where are we now? You know, it's just drawing a picture. Drawing a picture that we can decipher like Da Vinci, right? Da Vinci Code. Just very, very slowly. Nothing is literally like it's been what 20 minutes. All it really did was go down for 10 minutes and then come up for 15, come up for another 10 minutes and then do nothing for 20 minutes. So do nothing for 10 minutes. So it is just fucking interesting. Palantir green for the day 2.56%. This thing goes up and down, up and down, up and down like nothing. Unwild. The market will lead. The market will decide. Guys, the technicals draw out and the technicals change and the technicals build every day on the daily. That's the reason why we're here live. You know what I mean? Deducting together, right? What did we say on Sunday? We said on Sunday coming into Monday, hey, like Monday's dangerous. Let's just let the market do its thing and just be patient and let it draw its picture, right? Who won on Monday? People that were the most patient. Who won today? People that were, set up ready and also very, very fast at what they do and also patient at the same time to let the market do what it wants. So, Mark, what the candle coming? All right, this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 now, going lower from 10, 11, 15 into 11, 20. Let's see if it stops or not. Why is my box colored differently like that? Okay. Things are just complicatedly confusing. But we can best analyze. Went to 50, went to 0.618, 0.7187, whatever, and then we could just completely made it up almost. Yesterday's. And we broke it on SPY, but not QQQ. Bouncing at 120. Alright, let's see what happens. Bears are getting eaten now. Time is 1:25 in 2 minutes. Creating a wedge or something at the roof. Alright, inside the purple box is terrible stuff. Terrible for bull, terrible for short, terrible for bear. Both getting hurt. Why? The cycles are tiny. Hovering, showing bullish into near the end of the day. 122 already. Messy stuff. Yeah, we're gridlocked right now. 665, 55, 664, 90, 664. It's just gridlocked. Until we break out of the range, we are in a range. Algo range created on QQQ. Algo range created on QQQ. Bulls are cooking it into the end, showing. And all these bears are trapped. We're gonna draw the bigger cycle. It's a smaller cycle inside. Roof testing. Damn. I was about to go short, and then they just popped that thing like crazy. That shit looking crazy. That thing looking crazy, I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck? They killing puts. HOD didn't break. Testing the roof.
Top of the algo range testing on QQQ. Why are we breaking the roof? I don't know. Things not running up. Things not rejecting. It's just hovering. I'm going to SPX put right now. Only one. And $1,150. Rejection trying. Time is 11:30. Holy shit. I'm about right now. $1,340. Roof rejection. Alright, I don't know where this shit's going. Time is 1:35. They just rejected off the roof at 1:30 into 1:35. Let's see where this goes. Bears are trying right now for 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Let's see if they're really going. I'm 2 minutes scalped. I'm out. I don't give a fuck. Wow, they're actually going now. Fuck. I care now. All right, support breaking on QQQ. Support actually breaking on QQQ. Falling through right now. Bears are coming. Bears are trying to test the 600 on Qs. That shit made me $240 real quick on 2 big ass candles. Bears are still trying. Purple box. Look at the purple box. It did not break higher. Alright, next support is down here. There could be a cycle that bounces the test or something before anything, but 130 rejected on QQQ and SPY. Cycles are a little bit different. Interesting. Time is 1:40. Bears are still trying to push it lower with the 1 minute MACD. QQQ is SPY is looking a little bit sus, maybe because of IWM. $140. Weak ass bounce trying. Weak ass push lower trying. Everybody vote where you think this is going. It is a community poll time. Everybody vote. Let's see. Ears. This thing is hurting my ears. Let's see what people are saying. David says lower. Follower says lower. GT says lower. Harry says lower. And the market flying higher. There's no way. 5 people voted lower. One person voted higher. What a fucking timing. I mean, it's just looking bullish on one single candle, but you know what I mean? It's in the purple box. It's just, I was expecting a bounce somewhere here, but it didn't come there. It came later. So this is bouncing to cycle confirm something. It's just looking bearish and then bullish on candles. Market is cycling to confirm to do something right now. But when everybody said lower, the thing went higher in a couple of minutes. And now people are voting higher. Where do I think it'll go? I don't know about into 4 p.m., but I think after 4 p.m., after hours, I think we'll be at 661.72 by tomorrow open. Or by tomorrow, but I mean, I could be wrong here too. They're showing strong bullish, so I mean, shouldn't even think that, you know, unless the low of the purple box breaks. But until then, it's fair game. 140 bounced, 140 rejected, creating an algo range within the purple box. We are at the mercy of the market. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take my headset off for a second because it's crushing my earlobes. Whew. Some blood circulation in my ears. Alright, 145. I'll go range testing. Market is slow. This is lunchtime. Acting up. Yeah. It's because they condition people to be bullish and bullish and bullish for like a week and a half, or I mean a month and a half, right? Every night futures pushing up, so now people are hurt getting the other way. I mean, tonight it could be bullish into tomorrow, but I'm just saying, like, the VIX is spiked up. That's not helping. That's the reason why in October, you know, the VIX is popping up every day, and it's looking like it's not supposed to, and whatever. That's why, you know, the market broke down. VIX was popped up, so until it calms down a little bit. Looks like we're creating a wedge. Some sort of wedge being created. on the Qs. SPY too. Very, very conservative wedge has been drawn. QQQ zigzag flag pattern at the end. Bulls are showing up like nothing right now. Weird ass shape, but whatever, they don't care. Whatever, they don't care. Roof test again. There's no way they reject up here again, right? I'll go above algo range right now. Something going on right now. Is this about to reject or is this about to stay up? Who knows? Rejecting. Top of the algo range touched. Back DS. Pulling back. Bullish trying, but until the low of that breaks, 665.13 bulls are still in a bullish cycle. It's a little rough. A little rough. Hit chopping. Chopping like nothing. Market is actually chopping at the top. I mean, I suspect this to be the 3/3, even if we spike out here, but I could be wrong. There's no divergence at the roof. Interestingly. 1250 is the high of the breaking. Jinxed. High of the day. Why? It's the same number. Now there's a divergence at the roof. I actually jinxed it. QQQ and SPY. I actually jinxed it. You cannot log. That's a fucking jinx. Alright, it doesn't matter if it's a fake out, breakout or not. It just set a new HOD into 150. Divergence at the roof. Makes it hard to target downside, but they just broke the roof and showed bullishness. Purple box blew up for it did not break up, but it tested the high exactly. Alright, still a chop suey until we break out of the purple box and we hover somehow. Okay, breakout coming. After a long time. After a long time. $6.66. Why am I getting so tired? $6.66. I'm about to add a put. The one I already have. I'm in for 2.7K. October 20th. 155. I'm still in pound here as well. Expiring. October 24th in 10 days. I'm so tired. 150 rejection to 155. Off the roof. Did not clear the divergence. At the roof. MACD bullish is dying. It's low-key turning bearish and bearish right now. But where to? Who knows? $150 went lower to $155. No cycle yet. Purple box, frozen. Data burning both sides. They did go to 666 almost on that HOD breakout, so that's good. The 5 minute coming in bearish. All right, I don't want to say bearish, but let's just see what happens with this. They've been preventing it, so until the low of the one breaks, I'm not gonna say anything about any big moves or any big bears pushing. It's just crushing. It's really moved on for the day. I mean, they already burnt the crap out of the bears way earlier. Alright, what are they doing now? Chopping up. Killing calls and puts, but going higher? Not really. This purple box is bull neighborhood. Purple box standing strong. Something sus. Why do I feel like a push lower coming? I don't know. 2 p.m. lower. I'll go range support breaking down. Oh. QQQ. QQQ about to go break support. If it does, then it has a chance of 1. But it's deciding. At 2. QQQ is deciding at 2. sell. Baiting bears probably to go back up maybe. This thing is relentless. Is actually a burn. Bear burn all day into who knows when. Wedges holding. Wedges standing. Wedges inside the purple box. Just like last Friday. Until we break out, until we break down, who the hell knows? But we are inside of it right now. Sadly. Is that the bounce to short? Looking like pros are. This is now 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. I am not in. I'm watching. Well, I am in. I'm not in 0 DTE. Lol. Huh. Alright, QQQ support breaking. So QQQ support testing. Here are the bears. Probably somewhere here, right? Most likely somewhere here. Let's see. Alright, that is number 1 test. Actually, this is number 1 test. What? Alright, let's hit the like button, folks. Alright. Let's hit the like button. Chris said Trump is live. Let's go check that out.
Worked with over the past weeks.
And the election is coming up very soon, and it's a very big election being watched by the world because he's done an incredible job, but with that comes some pain, and they have some pain, and now they're coming out of it. I think the victory is very important. Your poll numbers, I hear, are pretty good, but I think they'll be better after this. And, you know, our approvals are somewhat subject to who wins the election, because if a socialist, or in the case of New York City, a communist wins, you feel a lot differently about making an investment. I think, Scott, you'd feel that if somebody that had no chance, in other words, if somebody wins and has no chance of ever having a great economy because of that philosophy,
I'm leaving right now.
you would
on
put a halt to
SPY.
what we're doing.
Yes, sir, and we're confident that President Milei is going to do well. We've been criticized by a couple of American Peronists, like Senator Warren. And you know, she
205.
That's a
and
compliment.
yeah.
She has no idea what she's doing. She's a nasty, horrible senator. Go ahead. Other than that, I like her very much.
Yes, and she and her protege in New York, Mandame, who I don't even think he's a Peronist. I think he's more the communist Chavismo. So we stand with the president and what he stands for and the hope for the Argentinian people. And President Trump, just like you, he carries the young people. So it's hope for the future.
Come
The
on.
Argentines have made the decision to shake off 100 years of bad policy. They went from one of the richest countries in the world to a ton of debt. And I think that with the bridge the U.S. is giving them and the strong policies, that Argentina can be great again.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead, please.
Muchísimas gracias por esta recepción. Me siento muy honrado, muy especialmente en este momento en el que, digamos, gracias al gran liderazgo suyo, presidente Trump, ha logrado la paz en Medio Oriente. No solo este gran logro que ha sido alcanzar la paz en Medio Oriente, sino lograr el retorno de los 20 rehenes vivos. Además, quiero también felicitar por esa labor y por entender, digamos, la amenaza que es el socialismo del siglo XXI en todo el mundo, y en especial en América Latina, la labor de Marco Rubio. Y también quiero agradecer profundamente el enorme trabajo que ha hecho el secretario Bessent, digamos, para ayudar a superar este problema de iliquidez que tenía Argentina como consecuencia, digamos, de los ataques políticos que hemos sufrido por nuestros opositores que no quieren que Argentina vuelva a abrazar las ideas de la libertad y que quieran
Breaking the
volver
wedge.
a abrazar ideas perimidas, fracasadas.
Bears,
que en el
bears,
fondo no
bears,
son
bears,
más
bears,
ni
bears,
menos
bears,
que
bears, bears,
caminos que
bears, bears,
conducen al
bears.
socialismo. Así es que, en primer lugar, muchas gracias por recibirme, muchas gracias por lo que están haciendo por el mundo libre y muchas gracias al secretario Bessent por la enorme tarea que ha llevado a cabo y que, digamos, nos permite tener una ruta para poder transitar tranquilos y hacer lo que los argentinos de bien necesitan y que creo que va a ser un buen caso para mostrar al mundo que las ideas de la libertad funcionan y generan prosperidad. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have a
Thank you.
interpreter that
Thank you
wants
very
to?
much.
You all either have that. Has everyone understood? Because I think you made a very
210.
important, profound statement, actually. But
That's our president.
we could have it interpreted if you want. Does anybody want it interpreted? Would you like that? Would you like it? Can the interpreter speak what? Do we have somebody set up for that? You want?
It's actually simultaneous, so if the president would like to repeat his statement, we can do it.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it. We'll leave it that way. So it's an honor to have you here, and I just want to tell you that your career has been an amazing one, and it's going to continue with the election. You're going to win the election. We're going to endorse you. I'm going to endorse you today, fully endorse you. And people in Argentina like me. A lot of people like me. I'm even surprised myself. But we had a great week. We had a great weekend. We had a great period of time in the Middle East. It was very comprehensive. It went very rapidly, and I think it's going to lead to something that's going to be unrecognizable, certainly for the Middle East. What's taken place in the last few days, people can't believe it. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen the love and the spirit. And I've done a lot of things. I've done a lot of deals. I've done a lot of political deals where countries come into line or whatever. But I've never seen anything like this, the level of love And it has to do with the mystique of the Middle East, I think, because if I did other countries, I did 7 other settlements of wars, complete settlements of wars, and it was very well received. But this is something I've never seen anything like it. The media covered it very fairly, and even the fake news, of which we have a lot, they actually covered it fairly for a change. And I appreciated that. We have to get back to that. It's so important. But I just want to say it's a pleasure to be with you, and we're going to have lunch, and we'll take a couple of questions from the news, and I'm sure they'll be extremely non-hostile and friendly. Like JD went through a very friendly interview with George Slopadopoulos, who was nice enough to pay me $16 million the last time we came. He had to pay $16 million to me, which was good. It was worth having somebody lie. If you get $16 million, that's good. But JD had a very nasty person interviewing him, and we can't let that happen. Just as inappropriate to cut off a highly respected vice president of the United States mid-sentence. I guess it's one way to win an argument. That was the only way he was going to win the argument. So it was pretty inappropriate. I want to tell you that. So thank you very much. Do you have something there?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Sí. Quería
Yeah.
darle.
I'll get it. That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
And when he did this letter, Mr. President, your settlement in the Middle East wasn't done. So we have to do a new letter
Let's do that.
to include that, because this is a very important.
You'll have to add one extra sentence.
Exactly.
That's great. Thank you very much. This is such a beautiful statement. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. President, how is this Argentina?
Why don't we talk about Argentina first? And
Yeah.
Go ahead. How is Argentina
Are
going?
you worried about the influence of China in Argentina? Sorry.
Go ahead.
How is this Argentina rescue package America first? And is this rescue package meant to help President Milei's party in the coming election?
No, it's really meant to help a good financial philosophy where Argentina can, after 20 years of disaster, because it was very successful at one point, and it can be again. Like
It's almost
Venezuela.
burning everything.
Venezuela was very, very successful, and now it's
On this
a
wedge.
dictatorship. When we can help our neighbors, we're making tremendous progress in South America. South America, Marco was telling me, he's like our great expert here. He really knows it. You were telling me that so many of the countries are coming our way, and we had a few years ago when I just came back. So I've been here now almost 9 months. But when I just came in, I was amazed to see how poorly we've done. We lost so many, and one of them was Argentina. Would be lost if he wasn't there. And I think he will be there because the people recognize he's done an amazing job. He took over a real mess. So did I take over a mess. I took over a mess by, the Biden group. And Obama he started it, I'll tell you. Barack Hussein Obama started it. Could you give a couple of words on South America? You were telling me so well yesterday how well we're doing. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, we have now 8 or 9, 10 countries, Argentina being foremost among them, that have aligned with the United States on issue after issue in international community events all over the world. In fact, these great allies like Argentina, but I can go into others, Costa Rica, I don't want to leave anybody out, El Salvador, but I think one of the more promising developments is later this month, there'll be an election in
Burning
Bolivia
everybody,
after
going lower again.
30 years of anti-American hostile
Crazy
government.
work.
Both of the candidates running in that election and the runoff election want strong and better relations with the United States and another transformative opportunity there. But so I think this is important. This is our hemisphere. It's where we live. And having strong neighbors such as this.
And great progress has been made, really.
And we'll make more.
Over the last 9 months. Really over the last 9 months. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, from Argentina, Buenos Aires, do you imagine soon a free trade agreement with Argentina? Could it be possible soon?
Yeah, it will be. Well, we're going to discuss some of it today. But no, we want to help Argentina. And we want to always help ourselves. But we want to help Argentina. And one of the ways we can do, they have great product And we used to do a lot of trade, and then if you look at what the Democrats, well, they didn't know. They didn't know. Honestly, they didn't know what they were doing. But a lot of that trade disappeared, and they have great products. So we will be trading with Argentina, and it'll be helpful to them, and it's helpful. It's good for us also.
Mr. President, was China trying to draw a wedge between the U.S. and Argentina by buying soybeans from Argentina and not U.S. farmers?
I would say so.
And China on the port fees.
China
they've
likes to
increased
draw
port fees on
wedges.
U.S. ships too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess that's natural. It's China, and it's natural, but it's not gonna mean anything in the end.
Mr. President, from Argentina, should Argentina end the China swap and close the space base in Neuquén?
I don't think you should be doing business much with. You can do some trade, but you certainly shouldn't be doing beyond that. Certainly shouldn't be doing anything having to do with the military with China. And if that's what's happening, I'd be very upset about that, yeah.
And what about
You
the swap?
understand this, Scott, right?
Mr. President,
You do understand.
Mr. President, what about the swap? Because it's so important for Argentina, the swap.
Go ahead.
The central bank.
The American assistance is not predicated on the swap with China being closed. Any reporting to that effect is incorrect.
But you said, but you said that Argentina has to export China from your business or from your agenda, and the swap is so important for Argentina.
No, I was referring more to ports, military bases, observation facilities that have been created in Argentina.
Than the swap? More than the swap?
More than the swap.
He was referring to that. Yeah, behind you, please.
Yes, President, for Argentina, what's the benefit for United States in helping this way Argentina?
Just helping a great philosophy take over a great country. Argentina is one of the most beautiful countries that I've ever seen. And we want to see it succeed. It's very simple. I mean, we don't have to do it. It's not going to make a big difference for our country, but it will in terms of South America. If Argentina does well, you're going to have others following, and a lot of others are following. You have countries in South America that 2 years ago would have never even been thought of to go as democracies or as just countries that want to do fair and balanced trading. And now you mentioned Bolivia, but there are numerous other countries that are coming our way. And Brazil, as you know, I had a very good conversation with the president. I met him at the United Nations before I went up to speak, and then I found that I didn't have a speech because I had no teleprompter. They turned off my teleprompter purposely. They made it impossible for me.
But I mean, you don't know.
But it didn't silence me. I spoke without, and it was a good speech. I mean, it was a good speech. But no, think of that. You go into the United Nations, I'm speaking in front of 158 leaders and the whole world. And I look at my teleprompter and it's dead. They killed my teleprompter. They wouldn't let the man that operated into the booth. Can you believe that?
You don't have any specific interest in economic terms for the state?
I do have. No, I want to see it succeed. I think it's going to be great, and we will benefit also. But it's not that big a benefit because it's not that big a country, but it's a very important country.
IWM all-time high.
Very successful. There are some countries that will never be successful. This is a country that has great potential if it has the right leadership, and you have the right leadership with this man right here. Okay?
Mr. President, would you support dollarization?
I would say that I'll leave that up to my my economic people, but I like the dollar. I'm very strong on the dollar. And anybody who wants to deal in dollars, they have an advantage over people that aren't. But for the most part, we're keeping it that way. I think if Biden would have, that group would have gotten elected, meaning Kamala, you wouldn't have the dollar as your currency anymore. You wouldn't have a world domination by the dollar if I didn't win this election. And now the domination like BRICS. I told anybody who wants to be in BRICS, that's fine, but we're going to put tariffs on your nation. Everybody dropped out. They're all dropping out of BRICS. BRICS was an attack on the dollar. And I said, you want to play that game, I'm going to put tariffs on all of your product coming into the U.S. They said, like I said, we're dropping out of BRICS. And BRICS is like, they don't even talk about it anymore. Scott, you want to add to that, please?
We're very happy with the current currency arrangement.
Mr. President,
Your ABC fake news.
Mr. President,
Brian, please.
First of all,
I
congratulations.
don't take questions from ABC fake news. After what you did with Stephanopoulos to the Vice President of the United States, I don't take questions from ABC fake news. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, congratulations on achieving peace. You are indeed the peacemaker. On a lighter...
Did you ever think I was going to be called a peacemaker?
Actually, I did. I saw some of the actions you were...
Go ahead.
But on a lighter note, Alyssa Farah, she is one of the hosts on ABC's show The View. She said a while back, I'll quote, "If Trump gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on this show and say thank you for doing it." Your response?
Well, did she put the hat on?
Well, she hasn't got the hat yet.
Who is it? Which
Weird.
one?
Alyssa Farah.
Bear's
She used to
coming.
work for me. So she used to work here. I'll tell you about Alyssa. She worked here. She gave me the most beautiful letter when, you know, the administration, the time came up, the election was rigged, I left. She gave me the most beautiful letter you've ever seen. I was a great president. What a great job. Some of the letters have been quoted. This is Alyssa, who I never thought was very outstanding. I figured she would not make it. And she didn't have a big role here either. And then we had January 6th, and she left after that or before that, but she gave me the most beautiful letters. And then even months after she left, and while we weren't here any longer, she sent another letter, glowing letter, beautiful letter. And then she got hired by The View, and they gave her a couple of bucks, and she changed her view very quickly. I never thought she'd make it. Never thought she had what it took in any way. You know what that means. But she's on The View. But it just shows what a fraud The View is, because this woman gave me letters and statements. She said I was the greatest president in her lifetime. Now, she's not that old, so I didn't consider it a great compliment, but I've had better.
Can we send her a hat?
Well, recently I've had the greatest president of them all. I like that much better.
Mr. President.
Does that include Washington and Lincoln? Yes, sir, it does. I said, I like that person. So I think she's a total, I think she's a joke.
Mr. President, on Gaza, how long will it take Hamas to disarm, and can you guarantee that is going to happen?
Well, they're going to disarm, and because they said they were going to disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them.
How will you do that?
I don't have to explain that to you. But if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. They know I'm not playing games. Okay? Now, we did something monumental.
That's my
with the hostages.
president.
That was the first thing we had to do. Above all else, get the hostages back. Now, they misrepresented because we were told they had 26, 24 of dead hostages, if we can use those terms. And it seems as though they don't have that because we're talking about a much lesser number. But that's a very tough subject. I want them back. That's what they said. I want them back. Also, they said they were going to disarm. And initially speaking, they needed, you know, they did take out a couple of gangs that were very bad, very, very bad gangs, and they did take them out, and they killed a number of gang members. And that didn't bother me much, to be honest with you. That's okay. We had a couple of very bad gangs. You know, it's no different than other countries. Like Venezuela sent their gangs into us, and we took care of those gangs. We have Washington, D.C. is one of the safest cities in the country. It was one of the worst cities in the country if you go back just a little while ago, right? Now it's safe. You can walk to work. Isn't it nice? But we have told them we want to disarm, and they will disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently. But they will disarm. Do you understand me?
Yes, you say
Because you
quickly.
always, everyone says, oh, well, they won't disarm. They will disarm. And I spoke to Hamas, and I said, you're going to disarm, right? Yes, sir, we're going to disarm. That's what they told me. They will disarm, or we will disarm them. Got it? Okay.
What is
next.
the deadline you're going to put on that? You say quickly, sir. Sir, you said quickly, but what is the deadline you're going to put on
A
that before you
reasonable
take
period of
action?
time, pretty quickly.
Mr.
A
President.
reasonable period of time.
Congratulations on the peace you achieved in the Middle East,
Thank
first
you
of all.
very much.
And my question is regarding Argentina. Does continue.
Are you from Argentina?
I'm from Argentina, yes.
I like the Argentina. I like them much better than ABC. Than ABC fake news.
Me too, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Does continued U.S. support for Argentina depend on the results of the upcoming legislative elections and the ability of the government to pass long-lasting reforms through Congress?
Well, I think if they don't do that, we're not going to be around very long. Scott, can you handle that one, please?
We're confident that the president's party will and the coalition will do well in the election, and this aid is predicated on robust policies, and going back to the failed Peronist policies would cause a U.S. rethink.
Thank you very much.
It's a little bit, it's a great question. It's a little like New York. You know, you're reading in Argentina about New York. We have a problem. We have a communist who's 33 years old, doesn't know a damn thing. Practically, he's never worked a day in his life. And he sort of caught on, right? And I'm not going to send a lot of money to New York. I don't have to. You know, the money comes all through the White House. And if they're going to be sending us stupid policies, I mean, communist policies, which is proven for thousands of years doesn't work. You know, we don't have to prove it again. We're not going to ruin one of our great cities because we'll make that great. We will clean up the crime in about 30 days. Took 12 days to do Washington, D.C., so New York is bigger. And Chicago, we've already made a lot of progress despite fighting from the government, but Chicago's doing great. Memphis is doing really great. You know, we have great support there from the political leaders. They said, please come in and clean up crime. And we love it. We've in 1 week, Memphis is so good. It's so much better. We'll have it within a month. We'll have that into a safe city again. And all of these cities, we want to clean them up. We don't like that opposition. But if somebody's going to be a communist mayor of New York, it's a fluke if he gets in. There are a lot of failed people that he's running against. I mean, we have failed.
This is not a lot of moves. This is kind of nuts.
Or something, because it's impossible to think that New York City can have a communist mayor. He's a communist. He's not a socialist, by the way. There's a big difference. He's a communist. He's down and dirty. He's a communist. He hates police. He wants to get rid of all police. I mean, how can a policeman? He hates Jewish people, and yet he's got Jewish people supporting. He hates Jewish people. So it comes through the White House. The funding for New York and for every place comes through the White House. And I'm very generous, and I was always very generous with New York, even when you had opposition there, but I was always very generous. But I wouldn't be generous to a communist, a guy that's going to take the money and throw it out the window, because you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. And we're not going to let somebody get into office and squander the taxpayer money from this country. We're not going to let it happen. So it's a little bit like that with, if you take a look at Argentina, if the president doesn't win, I know the person that he'd be running against, I believe, probably. We probably have the person. A person is extremely far left and a philosophy that got Argentina into this problem in the first place. So we would not be generous with Argentina if that happened. If he loses, we are not going to be generous with Argentina.
Mr. President, you talk about Argentina and important in the Latin American. What is your plan for Venezuela? But is the terrorism, the narco-terrorism in the President Maduro? What is your plan about it?
Venezuela's done a couple of things very badly. Number one, we get drugs and all of that. But we get something in a way worse because they're a big purveyor of drugs, but we have worse. What they do very well is they send their criminals into the United States, and they send Tren de Aragua, that you know very well. You're from Venezuela, I assume. And they send them in by the thousands, literally. And these are the worst of all. And they empty their prisons into the United States. They empty their mental institutions into the United States. And because we had a president who's low IQ, he didn't realize what was going on. And the people that are high IQ that surround him, but they happen to be lunatics, radical left, they're highly intelligent, radical left lunatics, okay? So in a way, that's worse than having a guy like Biden. But they ran the show. You heard about the Autopen. The person that really operated the Autopen, but it was really the people that told the person that operated the Autopen what to do. Those are the people that really were president, okay? So we're not going to stand for it in this country. And And by the way, that auto pen thing is under serious investigation. Just this, I don't think you care because you're from Argentina. You couldn't care less about that. But I just want to say, because I do the weave, you know, the weave, cover a lot of different subjects. But the people that are involved in that auto pen scam, because he barely signed anything. I mean, this guy, I don't know how you can be president. He barely signed it. But the only thing we can find for sure is that he signed Hunter's pardon, his pardon. Hunter's pardon, I like that. That's a good combination. So we're going to work very much with the president. We think he's going to win. He should win. And if he does win, we're going to be very helpful. And if he doesn't win, we're not going to waste our time because you have somebody whose philosophy has no chance of making Argentina great again.
What's your advice for
Steve, go ahead, Steve.
What's your advice for
Just to check something, you said Hamas assured you that they would disarm. Was that a direct conversation or through Mr. Witkoff or
through my people?
Okay.
At the highest level.
What's your advice?
And it was meant for
What's your advice for President Milei and Argentina as a political leader?
My advice is to hold strong to his principles because he's right and he's proving that he was right. He's got one problem. He's got people that are giving him tremendously bad press, even though they know it's wrong. He's got to hold true to his principles because he's going to win. He's going to win. He's doing the right thing. Everybody knows he's doing the right thing, but you have a radical left sick culture that's a very dangerous group of people, and they're trying to make him look bad.
I ate again real quick.
I believe he's going to win out.
And we're doing the right way with China in his house.
China? Well, you have to be careful with China. Look, we have everybody deals with China. They have to deal with us too. We have to be careful with China.
God damn, this live stream is long.
President Xi, but sometimes it gets testy because China likes to take advantage of people, and they can't take advantage of us. But we have a fair relationship with China, and I think it'll be fine. And if it's not, that's okay too. You have to do and go where the punches are thrown. You got to put up the blocks. We have a lot of punches being thrown, and we've been very successful. Look. We have the most success. I think we're the most successful we've ever been as a country. We have now close. I've been saying 17. We have, I think, close to or maybe even exceeding $18 trillion going to be invested in the United States. That's more money than ever invested in any country before. Even countries with much bigger populations like India or like China, nobody's ever had $18 trillion invested in the country. We have, and that's because of November 5th election, because I won. Oh, if she won, you'd be negative. You'd have people getting out of the country. This country would have been in a major depression. If she won, we would have been 1929. They'd like to see that anyway. That's why they keep the government laws. They have a shutdown based on nonsense. They want to give away 1.5, think of it, they want to give away $1.5 trillion to people that come into the country illegally. And as you know, the borders now are closed. But when they hear that they get the greatest healthcare package in the world and they have no money, but they're living okay in another country, they head up and they start forming caravans and they try and come into our country. But the big problem is they want to give healthcare to people.
Market needs to move.
Should not get healthcare. They want to give healthcare to illegal immigrants.
Right.
By the millions.
Her questions
Look
about
at
nothing.
Gavin Newsom, what he's done. He's ruined California. He gives healthcare to anybody. And I guess they do it for votes. I actually think it's bad politics, but I guess they do it for votes. So I'm with this man because his philosophy is correct. And he may win and he may not win, but I think he's going to win. And if he wins, we're staying with him. And if he doesn't win, we're gone.
How can the Argentina help to the peace process, to the Middle East peace process?
They can help by doing well. If Argentina does well, that's helpful because they know we help Argentina. So if Argentina is successful, that's great because they view us as somebody that helped Argentina and they did well, and the United States maybe will help them and they're going to do well. So the success of Argentina would be a great feather in the cap of the USA because we're helping them. Right? You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, please, behind you. Behind you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week you said that NATO should consider expelling Spain.
What?
You said that NATO should consider expelling Spain. Would you support that?
What expelling Spain?
NATO consider expelling Spain.
Oh.
Kicking them out of NATO.
I'm very unhappy with Spain. They're the only country that didn't raise up their number to 5%. Every other country, and Spain is doing very well off our backs. So I'm not happy with Spain. Spain gets protection, and they know, look, they're sort of in the semi-middle of it, so they're going to get protected automatically. Even if you don't want to protect them, you're protecting them because of the way they're located. And I think what Spain did is a very bad thing for NATO. I think it's very unfair to NATO. It wouldn't matter if you said you're not going to protect them because they're pretty much protected. What are you going to do? Go through the other countries and let's go attack Spain, right? So I think what they did is not nice. I think it's very disrespectful to NATO. In fact, I was thinking about giving them trade punishment through tariffs because of what they did. And I may do that. I think unbelievably disrespectful. Spain, the only one out of all the countries in NATO, the only one that said that is Spain. And I think that's, I think they should be punished for that. Yes.
On the government shutdown, you have the money to pay the troops on October 15th. Okay. How is
I actually have a man who is a very wealthy person. You'll know that when I tell you this. Who called a donor, a great gentleman, and he said, if there's any money necessary, shortfall, for the paying of the troops, then I will pay it, meaning he will pay it. How about that? I said, look, we're not going to need it. We're going to take care of our troops, but this was a position that's being forced upon us by Democrats, and all they have to do is just sign a piece of paper saying we're going to keep it going the way it is. There's nothing. It's not like it shouldn't even be an argument. They've signed it many times before. I don't want to bore you with the fact that Schumer said 100 times you should never close up government, but Schumer's a weakened politician. I mean, he's going to finish his career as a failed politician. He's a failed politician. He's allowed the radical left to take over the Democrat Party. So if they write books about that, if they write books about him, they're going to have to say that his career ended by allowing the radical left to
POC is
take
up
over the
here.
party. I mean, I won an election in a landslide because people are not into the radical left, and the Democrat Party is. People didn't want to see men playing in women's sports. They didn't want to see transgender for everybody. They didn't want to see all of the different things that they do that's so crazy. Open borders. I mean, the worst thing that he did to us, it's not inflation because we fixed inflation. Prices are way down. I don't know if you saw that gasoline went to 58 just now. Did you see what's going on with gasoline?
We track that.
No, $58 a barrel.
Yeah, we track that.
Nobody can believe it. I'm very proud of it. You know why? Because we're pumping like we've never pumped before. Because if you get the gas price down, everything else comes down. It's very simple. And he went away from my policies, and you had the greatest inflation. The last administration had the greatest inflation in the history of our country. And now, as you know, groceries are down. It's all down.
But on the shutdown, are you settling in for a long? Is this going to be a long term? Are we looking months?
It's up to them. All they have to do is just vote to extend. We don't need it. We're not saying we want money. We don't.
If it has to break this low, if it doesn't, it's nothing. 663,
A right to
66.
extend, but they want $1.5 trillion so they
Range
can
locked.
give it away to illegal immigrants, the people that are invading your cities. And many of these people, for whatever reason, I mean, I understood this. I called it a long time ago.
Bears are
These
trying.
countries are run by people I know, friends of mine. Like I know this gentleman. I hope you haven't said. He probably did too. Why not? They send up their worst people. They send up people that are criminals. They send up people from jails. And at best, the best ones they send up are people that don't work very hard and that are on a social form of welfare. And they're sending those people into the United States. I don't blame them. I'm angry at them, but I don't blame them. But I'm really angry at Biden and Kamala and that group of lunatics for allowing it to happen, because it's the hardest thing. Now, you know, we're
Kamala.
sending them out. It's incredible the job that Christie and Tom Homan and the whole group is doing. But we shouldn't have to be doing that. We're doing a lot of work on getting people out of here. Tren de Aragua has caused tremendous damage, and our soldiers are great. You know, our soldiers are now based on merit. They're not based on woke, because we won the case in the Supreme Court, which was the bravest case. I have such respect for the Supreme Court because of what they did with merit, because our country was built on merit. Countries are destroyed on woke. You know, I made a statement, and I hated to make it because it sounded bad.
Going down slow.
Everything turns to you know what when it goes woke. You remember the term. I don't like to use it because you might have some children listening, but it turns bad. And no, we have the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. That's why he's here. That's why every other country wants to meet here too. But we only have so many hours in the day and days in the week. But we get the hottest country. Think of it. We were a dead country a year and a half ago. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's pretty good. Did a good job. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President, would you like to visit Argentina soon? There is an invitation for that. Do you like to visit Argentina soon?
I do. I would love to. I'm just a little busy. I would love to. I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to be like Biden. I'd like to go to the beach. You know, my legs are not quite as thin as his. My legs are slightly heavier. My arms are slightly larger. My body is a little bit larger than his. I'm not sure it would be appreciated on the beach, but I'm not going to take a chance. You won't see me in a bathing suit. You won't see in a bathing suit sitting on a beach in Argentina, falling down, and not being able to lift a 3-ounce chair, meant for old people to lift, and he couldn't lift it, so we had a problem. He spent too much time on a beach. Somebody told him that he looked good in a bathing suit. And you'd see this guy on the beach all the time. I never quite understood it. Steve, go ahead.
Could you preview your meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky on Friday? You expect to talk about weapons? Is there going to be a package?
Interesting meeting going on. Look, I'm very disappointed because Vladimir and I had a very good relationship. Probably still do. I don't know why he continues with this war. This war has been so bad for him. He's going into 4 years of a war that he should have won that war in 1 week. He's now going to soon be into his 4th year. He's lost 1.5 million soldiers, probably, close. Certainly in terms of wounded and no legs and no arms and all the things that happen in horrible wars. It's a horrible war. That's the biggest thing that's happened since World War II in terms of death. It's bigger than any of them. I settled 8 of them. The biggest is that in terms of death.
Come on.
Incredible. I think India, Pakistan had great potential too. We did a great job of that one, but he's got to really settle this war. And you know, they have long lines waiting for gasoline in Russia right now, right? They have long lines. Who thought that was going to happen? And all of a sudden his economy is going to collapse. And I'd like to see him do well. I mean, I had a very good relationship with Vladimir Putin, but he just doesn't want to end that war. And I think it's making him look very bad. He could end it. He could end it quickly. And I have to tell you, I give credit because who would think that Ukraine could have fought Russia for 4 years to essentially a standstill? Now, there has been some early, you know, before they knew what the hell was happening, because it happened quick. Biden should have never let that happen. That's a war that should have never happened, but it did. But it's not making Russia look good, I will tell you that. We'll be talking about Ukraine, yeah. I mean, I have the president coming in on Friday, and I know what he has to say. He wants weapons. He would like to have tomahawks. Everyone else wants them. And we have a lot of tomahawks. Tomahawk is do you need any tomahawks in Argentina? You need them for your opposition, I guess, because see, in this country, they'd use tomahawks for the opposition. I don't do that. I'm much nicer. The Democrats would use them if they had the chance. They're sick people. Go ahead.
Damn.
That this plan with Argentina can fail?
Anything can fail. Anything can fail. You never know. That's why I say Putin should do something about the war, because so far, I mean, it's turned out to be very bad for him. But anything can. So this plan can fail. Sure, it can fail, but it's got a better chance. I would say, Scott, it's got a better chance of success than failure. And if it's successful, it's an unbelievable success. It can transform your country into greatness. It's got a great chance. We'd like to give it a chance. Anything can fail, but we'd like to give it a chance. And we think, because he's made so much progress, I mean, the work that he's done over the last 4 years is incredible. And it would be a shame to lose that progress. He's very close to having a big success.
Mr. President, will you consider removing new restrictions on the press that report at the Pentagon? And have you spoken to Secretary Hegseth about this?
I have, yeah. Well, he's...
Just give me $3 down today.
I mean, I think I can speak for him. I'll let him speak for himself. But I think he finds the press to be very disruptive in terms of world peace and maybe security for our nation. Press is very dishonest. Not you, but the press is very dishonest. Do you have something to say?
Well, I very much appreciate the question because it was interesting to watch. We had a chance to go along on the historic trip of Middle East peace, which our generation of veterans never dreamed would be possible. So you would think that the Pentagon press corps, of all press corps, would be front and center across the board on wanting to give credit to the president for forging this kind of peace, and instead what they want to talk about is a policy about them, which simply says maybe the policy should look like the White House or other military installations where you have to wear a badge that identifies that you're press, or you can't just roam anywhere you want. It used to be, Mr. President, the press could go anywhere, pretty much anywhere in the Pentagon, the most classified area in the world. Or also that if they sign on to the credentialing, they're not going to try to get soldiers to break the law by giving them classified information. So it's common sense stuff, Mr. President. We're trying to make sure national security is respected, and we're proud of the policy.
You know, we have an option here. As you know, the press years ago moved into the White House. It used to be across the street. We could move them. You're lucky I'm president, because we could move them very easily across the street. They used to be there. They would have more room. We have a beautiful, nice space. You could sit all by yourselves and have fun. Instead, you walk around the White House talking to anybody that can breathe. And, you know, but I find that when it comes to war, and now our great Department of War, we have some great people over there, I think it's sort of, it bothers me to have soldiers and even, you know, high-ranking generals walking around with you guys on their sleeve, asking them, because they can make a mistake, and a mistake can be tragic. They can do it innocently, too. They can, you know, and they're not press people. They don't really deal with the press, so they're not really necessarily good at it, although I think it's mostly instinctual one way or the other. You're either good at things or you're not. But I could see you being bothered by that. And so you have them in an area and you treat them fairly, but they're not allowed to go into
much like the
somebody's office and sit with them for 10 hours.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can understand.
Mr. President, Boston had some street takeovers that we saw. Are you going to work with or try and work with the mayor of Boston? And then they have a World Cup. They have several World Cup games. I know Argentina knows about World Cups. They have several World Cup games. Could those games move to cities that do work with you?
We could take them away. I love the people of Boston. I know the games are sold out. But your mayor is not good. They're worse than her. At least she's intelligent. You know, some are extremely low IQ. Those bother me more. She's intelligent, but she's radical left.
It's pretty crazy.
And they're taking over parts of Boston. That's a pretty big statement, right? We could get them back in about 2 seconds. All she has to do is call us. We'll go in and take them back. But she's afraid to, because she thinks it's bad politically. She could take them back, too. The Boston police are great. I mean, I know them. They love me. She'll never tell them to go after Trump, because they love me and I love them. And I got a tremendous police vote and military vote, you know, and fireman vote, all of them. No, I think she is hurting Boston. The answer is yes. If somebody is doing a bad job, and if I feel there's unsafe conditions, I would call Johnny, the head of FIFA, who's phenomenal, and I would say, let's move it to another location. And he would do that. He wouldn't love to do it, but he'd do it very easily. He'd do
See
it.
what happens,
and
folks.
This is the right time to do it. If I thought Boston was doing something that was going to cause safety conditions for the World Cup, I could say the same thing for the Olympics, because we have
Bounce for
events that are
10
in
minutes,
different
240 to
locations for the
250.
Olympics. It's based in LA. If I thought LA was not going to be prepared properly, I would move it to another location if I had to. On that one, I'd probably have to get a different kind of a permission, but we would do that. Gavin Newsom he's got to get his act together, because had we not gone in at the beginning of my term, had we not gone in with a very strong, powerful force, they would have lost LA. Now, you already lost 25,000 houses to fires. You got a big scar right in the middle of the city. And that should have never happened, because they should have had the water flowing in from the Pacific Northwest. All they had to do is open up the valves. He didn't want to do it. And he didn't want to do it, he says for environmental reasons. I don't believe that, but you know, for some reason he didn't want to do it. And lost 25,000. You had no water in the fire pumps. You had no water in the sprinkler systems.
Zero DT's being killed right now.
Houses that normally the things would go in the, you might
or
not
down.
have lost,
Market
you
is
might not
so
have lost 2
choppy.
houses. So if he doesn't play ball, we're going to have to be very tough with him. He's done a bad job. You know, just to finish off on that, so when we went in, we did a phenomenal job. We went in with great force.
So
and that was
choppy.
the end of it. We put it out. We extinguished that fire, which was agitation, and it was a very dangerous position to be in. And we went and did a great job. But the chief, said we could have never done this without President Trump and without the federal government coming in. Okay, that was it. He said that. Now, 2 or 3 weeks later, he said, oh, we could have done it, but he knows he couldn't. The city was going to be taken over if I didn't go in. And you have to remember that Los Angeles was going to be taken over.
I'm going into Palantir put right now.
We have it, where the chief said it, I believe numerous times.
Doubling down right here.
That was a rough one. That was nasty.
24th.
And if we saw a situation like that, yeah, we'd be forced to make a move. Boston better clean up their act. That's all I can say. Go ahead. One more question.
Mr. President,
yeah, please.
do you feel any urgency to end the shutdown in the next week, 2 weeks, or would you be fine if this stretches into November and then toward the holidays with folks not getting paid?
Well, you know, shutdown, we've had many, many shutdowns, and this is a shutdown that shouldn't have happened. A group of people brilliantly decided to make it after the election. I said, thank you very much. In other words, give it to Trump instead of Biden. So it shouldn't happen. And likewise, debt ceiling shouldn't have. But the big, great big, beautiful bill solved the debt ceiling problem for
Is there a
2
point where
years.
you would reach out to
No,
all parties
here's what's
and try
happening
to
on the
cut a deal?
shutdown, though. Honestly, can I put it in plain words for you? And you're a smart guy, so you all understand, but a lot of people don't. The Democrats are getting killed on the shutdown because we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we were opposed to. So we're being able, and they're never going to come back in many cases. So we're being able to do things that we were unable to do before. So we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we wanted to close up or that we never wanted to happen, and now we're closing them up. And we're not going to let them come back. The Democrats are getting killed. And we're going to have a list of them on Friday, closing up some of the most...
Hey guys, can you guys do me a favor and hit the like button?
socialist,
Thank you very much. 170
semi-communist,
people here.
probably not
Please,
full
please hit the
communist, we're
like
saving
button.
that
We
for
are
New York, but
about to pass 130.
semi-communist programs, and we're
Do
closing
me
them
a
up.
favor
We're
and
not closing up
push
Republican
the
programs
like
'cause we think they work.
button.
So the Democrats are getting killed.
Thank
But
you.
they're not telling the people about that. I say it, nobody, well, I haven't said it probably as bluntly as I just said it, but so we are closing up Democrat programs that we think, that we disagree with, and they're never going to open again. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
As China deepens its presence in Latin America, what role do you see for the U.S.
I just like to watch her talk.
Sorry, no?
Good job.
Okay, thank you.
Good job. Thank you, darling.
Well, well, well. Oh. Time is 2:55. Power hour is here in 5 minutes. We are right at the middle of the purple box. Right at the middle of the purple box, and power hour is starting now. $6.66 or $6.63. Let's see. 6.66 after hours is possible. The bears are pushing right now. Let's see if this is real. Candles need to be consecutive or not. 1 minute is to 5 minute. Just starting. It looks like a bear party, but like the damn candle, it just cannot stick. Oh, this is horrendously stuck. I think today I'm feeling butter chicken. Right. Butter chicken it is. I go eat the butter chicken after. I'm hungry as fuck. Palantir pulling back 50 cents off of 255. This is horrendous. I'm not gonna lie, market. This is, they're making a pizza shape up top. Basically, going to sleep. Market is. And I ate and ate and ate, and I'm still starving, so I must have a hole in my stomach or something because I just can't stop thinking about food. This is really boring on the market. I don't like this. This looks like a setup into next week or something. Or into the rest of the week. Our setup has been played, and now we're hovering here for literally the entire day. So I got garlic herb chicken. Nice. I had a bunch of stuff. I had spaghetti with meatballs, a tiny bit. I had mozzarella sticks with buffalo sauce. I had a lot of food actually. I'm still starving. Something wrong. I had some turkey, yeah. And I'm feeling like I want to go eat like a $20 butter chicken lunch after this. So maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should. If this thing goes to 661, 662 today, hell yeah, I'm going. But fuck. Funny as hell. This is boring. insane amount of people thinking on lower and higher, and they're straight up doing nothing. Pretty incredible. Not gonna lie, that is pretty incredible. Cycles are different. They're going higher. Power hour starting now. This is power hour, 3 p.m. So, do they really run up or what? They're showing. They're showing a run. What the candle is that? Candle coming in, gapped up, and then. Gapped up and pulled back. We have not left 665, 664.5. We have not left 601, 601.8. Pretty crazy. GX for an hour. Man, what the hell is this? What the fuck? IWM may be going all-time highs again on this, I don't know. Built a lot of liquidity here. For the move overnight. Let's see him pull. Is anybody long or short into tomorrow or the week? 3, 0, 5. 3, 0, 5. All right, 6 people long into the week. Nobody short other than me. 0 says, hell no. Interesting. Interesting. What the f is you? Oh, it's an actual stock. I thought you were straight up trolling. Nah, but we don't do those. All right. 6 people long. 2 people says I am short. Interesting data. Three, 10. Dumbass cycles. Alright, Panther pulled back $1 from the tippy top. Bears are coming. Bears are trying here. Off of 310. 310 is rejecting. If the candles stack, it's a confirmation, but there's another sloping support. Lotto time. They're waiting until lotto time. Alright, this is lotto time. 3 to 3:30, 3:30 to 4. on, they're inviting bears. All this slow. Not really good. Ew. I want to burn all the bears into 330, 345. On SPY at least. This is nasty work. This shit is nasty. Oh my god. My neck. God damn. It's almost directionless. 310 created an algo range. Confirmation rejected the 310. 310 bounced. Pissing everyone off. And they are wasting time. They want to go lower. They're just wasting their sweet ass time. And not going lower. Or are they preparing to fly? Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? This, oh my god. Alright, they're going now. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Theta crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That bounced did so much to Theta. Look at that ugly ass move on QQQ. Oh my lord. No movement on SPX. No movement on SPX. There, what is, dude? This chart on QQQ is actually something. You cannot lie. This is actually not. cannot lie, this is something. Something people have never seen before. Last 3.5 hours. What the fuck? Last 3.5 hours. God damn. $3.14. Bounce to $3.15, $3.20. It's already a lot of hours. This is wild. Alright, we have 6 people. Long, 4, short, 2 said hell no. Hell no. Text says I am ready for the market to close. Need a break. Kevin says wait until after hours. They are. It's probably. It's when the indicators work and the moves are made. Shake my head. This shit crazy. Won't lie. We're getting closer and closer to 3:30. Wasting time by visiting the broken down trend line. Something nasty. God. My September 20th puts are at 3K still. Haven't moved a fucking inch. It was at 2.7K at the tippy top, but like it hasn't moved a fucking inch. $661 after hours would be cool. 415-ish. Looks like market closing bullish. Bullish. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. We are so close to 160 likes. Thank you. A bunch of QQQ going bullish. I was gonna say a bunch of doji candles coming, but QQQ pushy. Something different today. Market on a completely different wave right now. Look at this. What the fuck is this? This shit is nasty as hell. What the hell is this? What do you even call this? What in the up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, contained and breaking out. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. What the hell is now SPY doing? Please don't tell me it's about to fake out here, right? Right after it does all this shit, like what in the anything could be fake at this point. I'm expecting it to be fake into 330 to be honest, but what the fuck is this? It's a weird spot. 665. 664. Do you guys think this is a okay support? You guys think we should be higher than this? You guys think we should be lower than this? Like it's really not doing anything until 345, 330. Yo, stop spamming in my chat with scam with weird penny stocks, man. What is this? Lee. Harry says lower. John says lower. More people are long into the rest of the week. Looks like they're even thinking of short. Market is looking bullish. Probably why. Helping. That's a good observe. Tech said, I think any close above yesterday's high, bullish. Anything below yesterday's low, bearish. We are above yesterday's high. That is for sure. Yo, they flash crashed this thing. Right? They scared the fuck out of people and then came back right up to it and went even higher than that. That is crazy. That was something different forming, maybe. That is wild. Alright, we'll see if that shit works. What? Tuesday, ending in 8. So tomorrow maybe up here. Or maybe down here. It's either or, right? Tomorrow it's gonna be here. Or tomorrow it'll be somewhere here. Alright, we're gonna leave this picture like this too. Yesterday bullish, killed. Today bullish. Watch this shit get killed. Be fucking crazy. Time is 3:30. Time is 3:30. I just want them to close so I can go to my delicious restaurant. Bears are roaring in. Are they really doing it finally at 3:30? Wow. You won't. What the fuck, MACD is this on the 5? Oh my lord. Horrendous. But Bear's trying now. What the hell? I don't know. Constantly faking out, so. What the hell candle is this? Oh my god. Hell yeah. Come on. Fucking do it at the end. Come on. Alright, I'm scalping 0 DTE. I'm out. And I have SPY. I'm trying to leave it to the most bottom of this shit. I have 6666 October 20th. Huh. It's got like a $3. Come on. It's got a $3 into 415. Come on. Go break the one. I'm at 3.1K. I want 661.72. Damn. Go. It's so slow. Well, this is power hour. Holy shit. This is crazy. Pairs are still here on the 5. We're leaving POC right now. Come on, go expedite this hoe right now. Shall we say bust down Tatiana? Tatiana or no? Tatiana so high up. Yo, get that fucking spamming crap out of my chat. So many bots everywhere. The fuck? Holy fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, I'm out. What the fuck? 4K. Let's go! Oh my god! Let's go! Oh my god! What the fuck? J Powell FOMC candle. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Look at that on fucking QQQ. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Yo. Yo. Oh my fuck. I left 0DT so fucking early, but holy fuck. Palantir fucking up crazy. Holy fuck. Oh my god. What happened to the purple box? Oh my god, look at that fucking purple box. Oh my god! Broke down fucking crazy! Broke down crazy in 1 minute! Oh my god! Oh my god, we're sitting up for fucking hours! That is stupid. Oh my fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is fucking hilarious. God did? God did? God did! God did! Oh my god! I gotta love today. Holy fuck. What in the fuck was that? Oh my god, that was the craziest fight candle fucking ever. God did. Holy shit. I'll go range created at the FOMC J Powell candle. Jesus Christ, that was crazy. That was fucking insane. Man. That shit dumb as fuck. What in the God damn. Wow, they're setting up crazy. What was that? Now head lower. Holy shit, I'm up fucking nuts on Palantir. Fucking go on QQQ, folks. Holy fuck! Look at that 5-minute crazy. I called that out at 3:30, right? I called that shit out at 3:30. Oh my god. Look at the 5-minute coming in crazy right now. Oh my god. Alright. I'm booked on Palantir this week again. Holy shit. What the fuck? I still have a tiny ass. Oh my god. Fucking dump this hoe off. Wow. 661.71. 661.71. Look at that shit. 661.71. Holy fuck. Yo, this is fucking crazy. This is crazy now. They dump it on everyone now. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Holy fuck, no way. 660. Oh my god. Wow, SPX fucking taking the shitter right now. Wow, I think we're about to be bears tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie. This is fucking crazy. They got everybody at the top. What the fuck? Oh my lord. Okay, I'm scalping out. Oh my god. What the fuck? This is fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie, dude. What the fuck just happened? Holy shit! Oh my god. Rejection coming off a J Powell candle again. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Yo, I just got fucking crazy nice. Holy shit. $661.70 actually hit. Can you fucking believe it? Oh my god, I can't fucking believe I was saying $4 down, right? I can't fucking believe they went down $4 down in one candle. Oh my god. 665 to 661 in $1. Oh, 1 minute. Oh my god. That has to be a little Friday. What the fuck was that? Wow. Alright, trend not north. Goddamn, this shit is fucking south. At the minimum, this is neutral. Right? I said we were gonna play down here tomorrow, right? We're here now. You know what I'm saying? Market pulled back now. This shit did not wait. Wow. CNBC says S&P 500 turns red in a volatile day as Trump knocks. I gotta see this shit, man. Ain't no way. $3.50, 10 minutes before market closes. That's the news. Market turns volatile. Right? Right before market close. And what did I warn? And what did I warn? And what did I warn? Right? I'm taking a picture of this shit. Right? I fucking told you. Either we're gonna go up there and we're gonna go down here, right? Fucking crazy. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. Let's see into tomorrow. Oh my god. You know why? In order for them to go up, they need puts. In order for them to go down, they need calls. So they pray to everybody. That's absolute. I said this at 12 p.m. Alright, the realists remember. I'm telling you. I keep saying this horseshit cringy ass sentence, right? The realists remember. But I'm telling you, the realists remember. I said at 1 p.m. as we were going past this candle, I said, in my opinion, anything above the FOMC JPOW candle was dangerous, right? Look what happened 2-3 hours later, even though that was the crazy story. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, bro. I think completely different. Completely. Honestly, I clearly I think completely different because yeah, shit, crazy. Oh, I'm on SPX. All right, let's do a poll. Are we deleting the previous polls? Yeah, look at the poll we did. Look at the poll we did. I was the only person that voted Jay Powell. Yo. Oh my god. Can you believe it? I was the only person that voted the Jay Powell FOMC candle. Oh my god. Can you believe it? That is fucking nuts. 9 people voted higher, 9 people voted lower, 2 people voted LLD, and they crushed everybody. They fucking went. Oh my god. Yo, I thought this week was gonna be hard, but I fucking love this week. Like, it is hard as shit, but like, it's actually fucking nuts. Last week was crazy too, and this week crazy. Wow. MACD coming in bullish, market closing. What a great fucking week and a great month. Holy fuck. The hell is this? God did. God did. VIX is closing at 20.45. Still spiked for the week. How did everybody do? Green, red. How did everyone do? Done deal. Market closed. What the fuck? Interesting. crazy today. Let's go look at SPX. We're closing beneath the FOMC candle. That's crazy. Alright, tomorrow we could play around in here. Gotta see. We could be in here. We could go back up here. Alright, this will be support if we do go below tomorrow, 6,600 maybe. If not, we go back up to 6,000 somewhere. Is there anything you guys want to talk about or ask before we head out? If not, enjoy the rest of your Monday. Have a good day, everybody. Beautiful day. Gotta go enjoy the outside now. October, volatile as fuck. Volatile as fuck. Look at that. What the fuck is that 30-minute? At the top, we were moving nothing because we were in this. Dude, you know what's crazy? I drew this line earlier too, and we were in here somewhere. That's the fucking crazy part. Absolutely wild. They hurt the bears, hurt the bulls, hurt the bears, hurt the bulls, hurt the bears, hurt the bulls. Absolute. 7 people green today, 1 person red, and 1 person neutral in the WhatsApp group. That is crazy. Alright, bye bye, folks. Have a good one.